गोपाल रमा
माधव रमा जय जय केशव 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 रमा. Please all stand as we welcome Swami. Jai Jai Gopal
Rama
Govinda Rama Jai Jai Gopal Rama
Govinda Rama Jai Jai Gopal Rama Govinda Rama Jai Jai Gopal Rama Keshava Rama Jai Jai Madhava Rama
Keshava Rama Jai Jai Madhava Rama
Keshava Rama Jai Jai Madhava Rama
Keshava Rama Jai Jai Madhava Rama
Govinda Rama Jai Jai Gopal Rama
Govinda Rama Jai Jai Gopal Rama
Sulabha Rama Jai Jai Dulabha Rama
Sulabha Rama Jai Jai Sulabha Rama
Sulabha Rama Jai Jai Dulabha Rama
Sulabha Rama Jai Jai Sulabha Rama
Ek tu Rama Jai Jai Anek tu 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 Rama
Govinda Rama Jai Jai Gopal 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 Rama
Madhava Rama Jai Jai Keshava 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 Rama
Govinda Rama Jai Jai Gopal Rama
Govinda Rama Jai Jai Gopal Rama
Sulabha Rama Jai Jai Dulabha Rama
Sulabha Rama Jai Jai Sulabha Rama
Sulabha Rama Jai Jai Dulabha Rama
Sulabha Rama Jai Jai Sulabha Rama
Ek tu Rama Jai Jai Anek tu 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 Rama
Govinda Rama Jai Jai Gopal Rama
Govinda Rama Jai Jai Gopal Rama
Govinda Rama Jai Jai Gopal Rama
Govinda Rama Jai Jai Gopal
Rama
प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की सीताराम सब कोई. I would ask that we all stand as we invoke the presence of the divine into our hearts and into our minds. We ask Prabhu that on this very auspicious day as we gather together for this very holy and worthy purpose, that may you continue to be with us, guide and protect us always. गजाननं भूतगणादिसेवितं कपितजम्बू फलचारुभक्षितम् उमासुतं शोकविनाशकारकम् नमामि विघ्नेश्वरपादपङ्कजम्. ॐ वक्रतुण्डाय हुं श्रीगणेशाय नमः। सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शरण्ये त्र्यम्बिके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते। ऐं ह्रीं क्लीं चामुण्डायै विद्ये त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे उर्वारुकमेव वन्दनात्। नमः पार्वती पतये हर 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 महादेव। गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः। गुरुर्साक्षात् परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। प्रेम से बोलो श्री गोविंद श्री गुरु महाराज की जय। मनोजवं मारुततुल्य वेगं जितेन्द्रियं बुद्धिमतां वरिष्ठं वातात्मजं वानरयुद्धमुख्यं श्रीरामदूतं शरणं प्रपद्ये। ॐ हं हनुमते नमः। वसुदेवसुतं देवं देवकी परमानन्दं
कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं।
ॐ क्लीं कृष्णाय नमः। श्रीराम जय राम जय जय राम। श्रीराम जय राम जय जय राम। श्रीराम जय राम जय जय राम। सर्वदेव सर्वदेवी की जय। सत्य सनातन धर्म की। Please take your seats comfortably as we invoke the presence of Ganesh Ji in this Ganesh Ji Vandana.
जय जय गणपति जय गणपति जय गणेश जय गणपति जय 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 गणपति जय गणपति जय गणेश जय गणपति जय जय। गणपति विघ्न विनाशनहारी गणपति विघ्न विनाशनहारी गणपति विघ्न विनाशनहारी गणपति विघ्न विनाशनहारी। गणपति जय गणपति जय गणेश जय गणपति जय जय। लंबोदर पीतांबर सोहे हर मणि मुकुट नयन रत्नारे। लंबोदर पीतांबर सोहे हर मणि मुकुट नयन रत्नारे। गजमणि माल गले बिच सोहे गजमणि माल गले बिच सोहे। माल लाल में चंद्रकला में गणपति विघ्न विनाशनहारी गणपति विघ्न विनाशनहारी। गणपति जय गणपति जय गणेश जय गणपति जय जय। गणपति विघ्न विनाशनहारी गणपति विघ्न विनाशनहारी गणपति जय गणपति जय गणेश जय गणपति जय 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 गणपति जय गणपति जय गणेश जय गणपति जय 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 गणेश जय गणपति जय 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 गणेश जय गणपति जय जय।
प्रेम से बोलो श्री गणेश भगवान की जय गणपति। Is it my mic causing the problem? Sitaram everyone. Welcome once again to another morning of satsang, prayer, puja, pratana, surrender to the divine. To each and every one of you who is here present in person, I welcome each and every one of you. I recognize in our presence Bhakti Vasudev Swami, who will be sharing with us his thoughts in the pravachan today, and other members of the ISKCON who are here, Sant Vigrahadas and others. And importantly, you who are the participants this morning in this very noble venture, which is the recitation of the entirety of the Bhagavad Gita. In my time, we have started this since December 2019, where in 2019 we began in the Mandir reciting the entirety of the Bhagavad Gita. Then we did it in Sanskrit. And we have done it in different phases. We had COVID come in between. And this year, we are taking the opportunity to have it recited in English by members of the Mandir, families who, as I would have mentioned before and encouraged before, would have sat down with their chapter and studied their chapter and got all of the words right and know what that chapter means. I gave you links as to where to do the research and how to pronounce the names properly. So I know that we're doing very well this morning. But to begin this morning's service and satsang, and welcoming all those who are looking on as well on Facebook and YouTube on our channels, we have the pleasure and the benefit of having members of ISKCON here who are going to lead us in Sankirtan. The name of Bhagwan is so sweet. Adharam Madhuram. So sweet that as we join together in singing the name and the praise of Bhagwan, I ask that we all join together, not only with our mouth, but prema mudita manasikahu, with our mind and our heart, sing the name of Bhagwan. Prem se bol Shri Govinda Krishna Bhagwan ki jai. This morning, just to give you an idea, as Bhai is setting up to begin, we would have Sankirtan, then our pravachan by our Swamiji. During that pravachan time, the children for the Bal Vihar will go down to practice their presentation. So when they come up, they will be presenting. And then we begin Bhagavad Gita with all of Anganyas and Rishidnyas and all of those things. And then we begin recitation. How it will be set up is as we have done in the first, as we've done before. Chapter 1, Chapter 2. So those who are reciting Chapter 1 will be here. Those who are doing Chapter 2 will be here. When 1 is finished, then 3 will come up. So we will have a constant flow. And as you are finished reciting those families, you would come and offer Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Swaha 11 times, so that that completes your recitation and your participation in that aspect. That is your sankalp, that is your promise. So as we join together now in Sankirtan, I ask you all to lend your voices and pray together with us.
Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pristaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Bhastyatyarishatarine
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharini Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschatyarishatarine
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Srivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama
Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
So bolo Shri Govinda Krishna Bhagavan ki. Today, as we celebrate Gita Jayanti, Gita Mata Jayanti, as we come together in this very holy cause, we are privileged to have with us today a very noble speaker, and to introduce him, I would ask my brother Sant Vigrahadas to come and to give an introduction of our esteemed speaker this morning. Bhaiji.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. His Holiness Bhakti Vasudev Swami is an initiating guru within our organization, the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, as well as a member of the Spiritual Advisors Bhagavad Assembly, a partner of the governing body commission, that is our organization's overall management arm, and has spent over 35 years as a full-time monk in the service of propagating the teachings of Bhagavad Gita in different parts of the world. He joined ISKCON in Lagos, Nigeria in 1984, and he was initiated by His Holiness Bhakti Tirtha Swami in 1986. He steered many projects in the early days of the movement in West Africa under the order of his guru. Namely, in only a few months after his initiation, he became a member of the management committee and later the president of the Lagos State Chapter of ISKCON, where he oversaw the temple construction of ISKCON Lagos. Bhakti Vasudev Swami is also a scholar. He holds a PhD in Applied Management and Decision Sciences from Walden University. He has to his credit more than 35 publications in international academic and peer-reviewed journals. I'll just highlight a few of these that Maharaj has under his belt. The Gunas and Human Behavior, Vedantic Views on Cultural Transformation, a Stimulus for Socio-Political Stability. Panacea for Matrimonial Failures, a guide for transforming relationships between men and women. Synergic Thinking Approach to Spiritually oriented organizational leadership, resolving religious conflicts for sustainable democracy in Nigeria, sonic therapeutic intervention for preventing financial fraud, a phenomenological study, the role of Hare Krishnas in mitigating the social menace of HIV/AIDS in Nigeria. On the occasion of Gita Jayanti, which is tomorrow, we have the opportunity for Maharaj to speak to us on the Bhagavad Gita. Maharaj.
And while Swamiji is taking the podium, I would ask the Bal Vihar class to please follow your teachers down so you can do your preparation for today.
Om Gyana Timirandasya, Gyana Jana Salakaya, Saksor Melitam, Yena Tasmai, Si Gurube Namaha. Sachetanya Manobistam, Stafi Tam Yena Bhutale, Swayam Rupam Kadamaya, Dadati Swa Padantikam. Vandasi Krishna Chaitanya, Nityananda Sahodato, Gududaya Puspavanto Chita Chando Tamananda. Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale, Samati Bhakti Vedanta Swami Itinamani. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pichadine, Nirvises Sunyavadi Pasachadi Satarina. Pancha Kalpatari Becha, Kalpasunabia Evacha, Patitanam Pavani Bio, Vaishnavi Bio, Namo Namaha. So, first of all, I'd like to appreciate the honor to be here because I'm just a tiny living entity. And for all of you who had sacrificed your precious time to be part of this program, we're praying that the speaker of Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna, bestow his blessings on all of you. Now, one of the ironies of the modern era is that people tend to think that the Bhagavad Gita or the philosophy of the Bhagavad Gita is a mythology. Mythology basically implies something that is fictional. But no, Bhagavad Gita is a real lifetime event, a real conversation that took place between a generalissimo, Arjuna, and Lord Krishna on the battlefield of Kurukshetra in India. So, the philosophy of Bhagavad Gita is not a myth, it's not a mythology. And there are different ways to study the Bhagavad Gita. The statements of Lord Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita are basically the conceptual framework of the speaker. Now, there are so many commentaries on the Bhagavad Gita. There are impersonal commentaries, there are personal commentaries. There are scholarly commentaries, and there are devotional commentaries. Now, it's up to us what we want, what type of commentary we are going to read. So, in the beginning of Bhagavad Gita, in chapter 1, that so much relates to every living being on this planet. The chapter 1 concludes with the ideology that Arjuna, who is the recipient of this knowledge, keep in mind, this knowledge information culture was taking place on a battlefield, not in a cozy, air-conditioned classroom. On a battlefield, you have to receive, if you have to do your MBA on a battlefield, Or you have to do your degree courses on the battlefield. How would we cope with that? But that is where Arjuna received this knowledge from Lord Krishna. And the end of chapter 1, it culminates with despair, Arjuna's despair. He was overwhelmed with emotional turmoil to the point that he said he will not execute his prescribed duties. He dropped his bows and arrows and he turned to Krishna. He told him, "My Lord, I cannot fight. I will not fight." The tendency is there in all of us. When we are at a crossroad, when we are pushed to the wall, when it is too much, we ask, "Why me? I can't take it anymore. I quit." Oh, yeah. So that was the situation that Arjuna experienced. Now, in the beginning of the chapter 1, a blind king, before we ever we give classes in the Gaudiya Vaishnava tradition, we recite this verse, Om Agyana Timirandasya Gyana Jana Salakaya. We are born in the darkness of ignorance. In other words, we are born spiritually blind. Here is someone who was physically blind. Dhritarashtra, King Dhritarashtra. But he has to take some knowledge, from some information from his charioteer, Sanjaya. And so the very beginning of Bhagavad Gita in that chapter 1 there, Dhritarashtra, the blind king, is making inquiries. He's making inquiries. Just because we are blind doesn't make we should not make inquiries. And Dhritarashtra was scary of the outcome of the war, or the outcome of the impending war. Because here are two families, and actually the same family, cousins, on one side, and this other side, they are all part of the same bigger family, the Pandavas and the Kauravas. What does that tell us? That because you have a family, there will not be crisis? No. I mean, the Vedic literature is just upfront telling us, baby, no. It's not because you have a family and there will not be crisis. And so we've seen that. The Vedic literature does not compromise reality. It says it presents the truth as it is. And it's up to us to see whether we can digest it or not. So there was an impending war. And the military phalanxes are already gathered on the battlefield at Kurukshetra. The blind king is inquiring, now that my children and the Pandavas have gathered to fight on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, what is going on? Kim Akurvata Sanjay. My dear Sanjaya, what is going on? In America, it's so common, the young people, call each other and say, "Hey, what's up?" What is going on? So, WhatsApp was originated by by Dhritarashtra, actually. Kim Akurata Sanjaya, what is going on? What's up on a battlefield of Kurukshetra? Inquiries is so important. It depends on what we are making the inquiries about. If you go to any ministry or organization, an office, there is always a section, a cubicle for inquiries. Our lives are also like, we have gone into an organization, we come into this material world, and majority of people, we don't even know where we are going and where we are coming from. And therefore, we are embroiled in identity crisis. Dhritarashtra and all of his children were embroiled in identity crisis because for them, they thought life means just acquire. And it doesn't matter when someone feels hurt. And one of the ironies of modern era is that we tend to be accumulating, acquiring, even from our own siblings, from our own parents, from our own children. We want to take everything for ourselves. And I've seen so many cases like that on this planet. Sibling killing the other sibling because of money. It's not something new, okay? Don't think the world is going crazy. This is the nature of this world. Ahara, buyer, fighting or fear. It's just part of this world. And if we don't want to encounter these things, then this material world is not the best place for you. And so the Bhagavad Gita in chapter 1, these inquiries are made open. The war was going to take place. Dhritarashtra was after the outcome. What could be the outcome? Because he knew Krishna was going to be the charity of Arjuna. And he knew Krishna's potency. And so, the chapter 1 of that Gita gives us an eye-opener into desperation. Dhritarashtra was a desperado. He wanted to know. Imagine your son, your child is going to the war front. You need to know what is. Your child has been deployed. Say your child is the U.S. Army. He's been deployed to Iraq in those days. Parents are in anxiety. So Dhritarashtra was in the right frame of mind. He was in anxiety about what was going to happen. Coupled with the fact that he knew there was all of these false accusations that has transpired. And he knew there was going to be some reactions. No one eats the cake and have it. The philosophy of Bhagavad Gita, beginning with chapter 1, could be very bitter to swallow. Because it's the naked truth, the bitter truth. Sometimes we say, well, say the truth palatably. So, Arjuna had to struggle with the idea of killing. Arjuna was not an ordinary personality. He was an associate of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Krishna. But he was not aligned with killing. And therefore, he decided he will not fight. Now, when we have instructions from the Shastra, and we want to rationalize, we want to use ethical policies to be able to rationalize those instructions, we will always get it wrong. So here is a case where duty and family were at crossroads. When I was thinking, these are my family members. If I have to fight with them and kill them, who will be there to enjoy with me the resources, the outcome of the war? So this is our frame of mind. We are family oriented. Unfortunately, these days, people are becoming family disoriented. But in the Vedic culture, the family setting was so important. And that is why even Arjuna was reluctant to embark on that battle. Now we'll see what happens when people usurp others' properties. Now when all this debate was going back and forth about the Pandavas giving some due share of the resources, and the Kauravas, they were adamant to the point that Krishna personally came in to intervene. And the Kauravas say, no, we're not giving a land that will even fit in a pin to the Pandavas. See, I was in Suriname, and we had a public program. I met this lawyer. She has 3 master's degrees, a lady. So we were just communicating, and she told me some stuff. And in order to placate her, I told her, listen, you are not the first one who has to suffer this type of situation from your sibling, from your blood sister. I gave her an instance where 2 gentlemen, they were brothers. This is the application of the war between the Kauravas and the Pandavas. 2 group of cousins, brothers. And so these 2 siblings, one of them grew up to be very rich. He had big transportation companies, automobile transportation companies. The other of his brother was not well-to-do. Instead of the brother appreciating what the other brother, his rich brother, had, he arranged for hitmen to send him to Yamaloka. And so the cops were investigating. Eventually they came to this conclusion that it is their brother, not half-brother, the same mother, the same father. So the Kurukshetra incident might have happened over 5,000 years ago, but there are so many new Kurukshetra battles that are going on. People are killing each other because of financial resources, because of usurpation, undue violation of people's rights. That's what the Pandavas suffered. But Krishna could have just said, well, this is your karma. Just bear it. Arjuna was having that type of thought, mindset. I will just refrain from fighting. What can I do with it? See, sometimes I advise people and then they wonder, what? You're a Swami. A gentleman, when I was active on Facebook some years ago, a gentleman, he owns a company. He had approached me. There are some workers, toxic workers in his organization. What to do? He's a devotee of ISKCON. So I asked him, how do you want me to advise you? As a Swami or as a specialist in management and decisions? He said, both. So I said, see, you called anyone who deviates from the grand norms of your organization, you call them privately like a loving friend or a loving brother and speak to them. If they do something wrong again, you call them again to your office, speak to them in a loving way. If they do the third time, get that person fired. He said, what? But you're a Swami. I said that this is not about being a Swami. It's about justice. It's about social justice. It's about the law. If you want to keep, I told him, if you want to keep toxic workers in your office, they will ruin your whole organization. And you may lose credibility. If you become so poor you can't even feed your family, your wife may decide to leave you. How about that? So, sometimes we find people come to Krishna consciousness or come to the study of Bhagavad Gita, and they say, what? This Hinduism, you are encouraging violence. So we say, no, we don't encourage violence. We encourage justice. I have situations that I can basically tell you. I believe in the law. And if someone goes against the law, they should be reported to the law enforcement agents for indictment, prosecution, and conclusion. If they're found guilty, they should pay the price. It's not because you're trying to be religious, and so you should be above the law. It's not because you come from a rich family. It's not because, you are a descendant of Dhritarashtra, and so you should be above the law. Krishna tried to persuade Arjuna to fight. Here is another point. When the crisis, the mental crisis of Arjuna started, he dropped his bows and arrows. He couldn't take it anymore. This is where we find ourselves in most cases. Some conflict transpires in the family, and then the wife said, I quit, or the man said, I quit. I can't take this anymore. It's a test of our emotional intelligence. And therefore, the Bhagavad Gita is just full of lessons. When we evaluate it from the first level of knowledge, knowledge acquisition, then the second level, which is the commentaries of those texts by Lord Krishna, and the application of those texts in that very chapter 1 are the integration of the commentaries of the acharyas and the conceptual frameworks propounded directly by Lord Krishna. Then we can have realizations. Then we can live. We can be living Bhagavad Gita. See, one of the things I normally mention to my Indian friends, each time I'm in India, we have a conversation. I tell them, you do not understand the spirit of Bhagavad Gita. And so people come to India, they do the wrong things, they want to steal, they do, and you just sit back and say, oh, it's my karma. No. Krishna would have advocated that, but Krishna advocated justice. Justice should prevail. And therefore, to sum it up, we are all living on a battlefield. And for us to be able to live for the next battle, we have to equip ourselves with ammunitions, bulletproofs. If someone is going to the war front, say a man leaves the house, a military guy, he leaves the house, he's going to the war front. But then he's putting on a swimming pant. And then he says he goes to the war front. Are you expecting that person to be able to come back safely to meet his family? Huh? But that's what we do most of the times. Ironically, that is what we do most of the time. We are not prepared. We just move out. Ideally, in all Hindu families, no one should leave the house without being prepared for the battle. In other words, do your prayers every day in the morning before you go out. Because no one is guaranteed of safety from stray bullets. You can have an accident even on the road. And so, the chapter 1 basically gives us an idea, some insight about when to respond to crisis, not being reactive. We have to be proactive. Krishna was basically about pro-action. Arjuna was after reaction. And in most cases, even in our family settings, we are reactive. And things could fall apart when we become reactive. Therefore, today, beginning of our celebration of Gita Jayanti, we should imbibe a culture of pro-action instead of reaction. And reaction is so common. If your child does something nasty, you're reactive. But no, you should be proactive. First thing that should come to your mind is, what is the best way to help this person? If we are reactive, then we put down our bows and arrows. I'm fed up. I'm fed up with you. Just get out from my house. It shouldn't be like that. And therefore, today we should be praying to Lord Krishna with all our hearts that we are endowed, that He endows us with the ability to be able to proactively fight for justice. And that justice begins with our internal justice. Most cases, we don't know how to make the fight. We don't know where we are going. And today is a day to beg the Lord to give us a sense of direction so that we don't become overwhelmed with emotional turmoil and stop our prescribed duties. Krishna, Bhagavad Gita, Jayanti ki Jai. Thank you. Maybe there is a comment or a question. We don't like to just run away after giving the talk. I have some other programs, some meetings, but if there is some comment or some questions, maybe we'll take one comment or questions also. But otherwise, a simple introductory talk. All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Bolo Shri Govinda Krishna Bhagwan ki jai. Let's give Bhakti Vasudev Swami another round of applause. Thank you so much. And as a token of our appreciation of your presence here in our mandir today, thank you for coming. First time you're coming to our mandir. Hopefully it would not be the last. We look forward to seeing you again. And this we would like to present to you in appreciation for your effort and your scholarship and your presence. It's an absolute blessing to have in our mandir people whose lives are dedicated. We've heard 35 years. We think sometimes difficult 35 minutes to spend on Bhagwan. But here we have 35 years spent in the glory of the Bhagavad Gita. I believe that the ISKCON family would like to share with us a prayer before we then move on to the other part of this morning's celebration. So I would invite them now to do so.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya.
Namaste Narasimhaya.
Jai Jagadish Hare, Jaya Jagadish Hare.
Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jaya Narasimhadev, Narasimhadev, Jaya Narasimhadev.
Jaya Narasimhadev, Jaya Narasimhadev, Jaya Narasimhadev, Jaya Narasimhadev.
Jaya Narasimhadev, Narasimhadev, Jaya Narasimhadev.
Jaya Narasimhadev, Narasimhadev, Jaya Narasimhadev.
Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj.
Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad
Jaya
Maharaj.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada.
Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada.
Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol.
Gaura Hari Bol, Gaura Hari
Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol.
Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol.
Shri Narasimhadev Bhagavan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki, Shri Yugadharma Harinam Sankirtan ki, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaura Premanandi.
Hari Bol. Prem se bol Shri Govind Krishna Bhagwan ki. To our brothers from ISKCON, thank you so much for being part and making this morning as special as it was, with the vibration of Krishna consciousness, of Krishnaji's name. I believe Swamiji will be taking our leave in a moment at this point. He has other engagements, as he had mentioned. And while he is doing that, I would ask now the children from the Bal Vihar class to be ready, so that they too now will come and join their voices in this morning's celebration. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Please all stand. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Please take your seats comfortably. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Prem se bol Shri Govinda Krishna Bhagwan ki. Now, with an introduction by the teachers of the Bal Vihar, we have the children of the Bal Vihar going to recite for us shlokas from the Bhagavad Gita.
यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानमधर्मस्य तदात्मानं सृजाम्यहं परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्मसंस्थापनार्थाय सम्भवामि युगे युगे यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानमधर्मस्य तदात्मानं सृजाम्यहं परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्मसंस्थापनार्थाय सम्भवामि युगे युगे सम्भवामि युगे युगे सम्भवामि युगे युगे.
Let's give these children another round of applause. You know, we used to, many years ago, recite those very lines. And that was part of our Mandir's satsang every morning, whenever we would come. So it's lovely to see the children bringing this back to the forefront for us to begin our recitations. So as we move on now, I would like to invite Chapter 1 to have a seat on this side. Chapter 2, those who will be reciting to have a seat on this side. And as I've mentioned before, we will hope to have the complete recitation of the Bhagavad Gita in English, but the important part of it is for you to read along. Now, why are we doing this? it is in celebration of Bhagavad Gita Jayanti. He agamanigamu ki Gata, Gita Mata, Gita Mata. Gita Mata, that mother in the form of Bhagavad Gita, inspires each and every one of us in every aspect of our life. And this morning, as we begin that recitation, we are familiarizing ourselves with, as I've mentioned before, the manual of life. And this manual, this code of ethics and behavior, is one that will continue to inspire us, hopefully, to fill us with love and devotion. And as I'll join the chapter 1 reciters, we will all begin with the Bhagavad Gita Dhyanam. And I know that we're all familiar with it, so we will join in together with it. Everybody remembers the Bhagavad Gita Dhyanam? Yes? No? Shambhu, take the mic. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Pratibodhitam Bhagavatam Narayanena Swayam Vyasena Gatitam Purana Muninam Madde Mahabharatam Avyuetam Nitadarshanim Bhagavatim Ashtadasharyayanim Ambatsvamanusandadami Bhagavad Gita Bhavitveshanim Namostute Vasavishara Buddhe Pulara Vindayata Pattaneta Yenataya Bharatataya Purna Pajadito Jnanamaya Pradipa Prapanna Parijataya Tota Vikte Kapanaye Jnanamudraya Krishnaya Gitamrita Duhe Namaha Sarvarupanishado Gavo Dogda Gopalanandanaha Parato Vatsatsudir Bhokta Duktam Gitam Natam Mahat
Vasudeva Sutam Devam Kansa Chanuramardanam Devaki Paramanandam
Krishnam Bande Jagatgurum
Bhishma Drona Tatha Jayadhrata Jala Gandhara Nilotphala Shalyagrahavati Kripena Vani Karnena Velakula Ashwathama Vikarna Ghora Makara Duryodhana Varthini Sothirno Khalu Pandavarananadhi Kevartakah Keshava Parashara Vyachah Saroja Mamalam Gitartha Gandhotkatam नानख्यानककेशरं हरिकथा सम्बोधना बोधितं लोके सज्जनशत्पदैर्हरपिपि पेपीयमानं मुदा भूयद्भारतपङ्कजं कलिमल प्रध्वंसि न श्रेयसे मूकं करोति वाचालम् यत्कृपातमहं वन्दे यं ब्रह्मा वरुणेन्द्ररुद्रमरुतः स्तुन्वन्ति दिव्यैस्तवैः वेदैः साङ्गपदक्रमोपनिषदैः गायन्ति यं सामगाः ध्यानवस्थिततद्गतेन मनसा पश्यन्ति यं योगिनः यशान्तं न विदुसुरा असुरगणा देवाय तस्मै नमः ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ॐ नमो Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And can we now take you to chapter 1 of the Bhagavad Gita? As I said, we will be all following along in the Gita press so that we will all join together.
Dhritarashtra said, Sanjaya, guarded on the holy land of Kurukshetra, eager to fight, what did my sons and the sons of Pandu do? Sanjaya said, at that time, seeing the army of the Pandavas drawn up for battle and approaching Dronacharya, King Duryodhana spoke the following words. Behold, O revered master, the mighty army of the sons of Pandu, arrayed for battle by your talented pupil, Dhishtadyumna, son of Drupa. There are in this army heroes wielding mighty bows and equal in military prowess to Bhim, Arjun, Sataki, and Virat. The Maharati, Drupad, Dishtaketu, Chetikana, and the valiant king of Kashi, and Purujit, Kuntiboj, and Shaivya, the best of men, and mighty Yudamanyu, and the valiant Uttamoja, Abhimanyu, son of Subhadra, and 5 sons of Draupadi, all of them Maharathis. O best of Brahmans, know them also who are the principal warriors on our side, the generals of my army. For your information, I mention them. Yourself and Bhishma and Karna and Kripa, who is ever victorious in battle, even so, Ashwatthama, Vikarna, and Bhushvava, the son of Sumattat. And there are many other heroes, all skilled in warfare, equipped with various weapons and missiles, who have staked their lives for me. This army of ours, fully protected by Bhishma, is unconquerable, while that army of theirs, guarded in every way by Bhim, is easy to conquer. Therefore, stationed in your respective positions on all fronts, do you, O God, Bhishma in particular, on all sides. The grand old man of the Kaudava race, their glorious grand patriarch, Bhishma, Cheering up, Duryodhana roared terribly like a lion and blew his conch. Then conches, kettle drums, tabors, drums and trumpets blared forth all at once, and the noise was tumultuous. Then, seated in a glorious chariot drawn by white horses, Sri Krishna as well as Arjun blew their celestial conches. Sri Krishna blew his conch named Panchajanya, Arjun Devadatta, while beam of ferocious deeds blew his mighty conch Bondra. King Yudhishthira, son of Kunti, blew his conch Antavijay, while Nakul and Sahadev blew theirs, known as Sughosh and Mani Pushpak, respectively. And the excellent archer, the king of Kashi, and Shikandi, Maharati, Dishtadyumna, and Virat, and the invincible Sataki, Drupad, as well as the 5 sons of Draupadi, and the mighty armed Abhimanyu, son of Subhadra, all of them, O Lord of earth, severally blew their respective conches from all sides. And the terrible sound echoing through heaven and earth rent the hearts of Dhritarashtra's army. Now, O Lord of the earth, seeing your sons arrayed against him, and when missiles were ready to be hurled, Arjun, who had the figure of Hanuman on the flag of his chariot, took up his bow and then addressed the following words to Sri Krishna. Krishna, place my chariot between the 2 armies and keep it there till I have carefully observed these warriors drawn up for battle, and I have seen with whom I have to engage in this fight. I shall have a look of the well-wishers of evil-minded Duryodhana. In this war, whoever have assembled on his side are ready for the fight. Sanjaya said, O king, thus addressed by Arjun, Sri Krishna placed the magnificent chariot between the 2 armies in front of Bhishma, Drona, and all the kings, and said, Arjun, behold these Kauravas assembled here. Now Arjun saw stationed there in both the armies his uncles, granduncles, and teachers, even great-granduncles, maternal uncles, brothers and cousins, sons and nephews, and grandnephews. Even so, friends, fathers-in-law, and the well-wishers as well. Seeing all the relations present there, Arjun was overcome with deep compassion and spoke thus in sorrow. Arjun said, Krishna, as I see these kinsmen arrayed for battle, my limbs give way, and my mouth is getting parched. Nay, a shiver runs through my body, and hair stands on end. The bow gun slips from my hand, and my skin too burns all over. My mind is whirling as it were, and I can no longer hold myself steady. And Keshav, I see omens of evil, nor do I see any good in killing my kinsmen in battle. Krishna, I do not covet victory, nor kingdom, nor pleasures. Govind, of what use will kingdom, or luxuries, or even life be to us? Those very persons for whose sake we covet the kingdom, luxuries, and pleasures, teachers, uncles, sons and nephews, and even so granduncles and great-granduncles, maternal uncles, fathers-in-law, grandnephews, brothers-in-law, and other relations are here arrayed on the battlefield, staking their lives and wealth. O slayer of Mandu, I do not want to kill them, though they may slay me, even for the sovereignty over the three worlds. How much the less for the kingdom here on earth? Krishna, how can we hope to be happy killing the sons of Dhritarashtra by killing even these desperados? Sin will surely accrue to us. Therefore, Krishna, it does not behoove us to kill our relations, the sons of Dhritarashtra. For how can we be happy after killing our own kinsmen? Even though these people, with their mind blinded by greed, perceive and know evil destroying their own race, and no sin in treason to friends, why should not we, O Krishna, who see clearly the sin accruing from destruction of one's family, think of desisting from committing the sin? Age-long family traditions disappear with the destruction of a family, and the virtue of having been lost. Vice takes hold of the entire race. With the preponderance of vice, Krishna, women of family become corrupt, and with the corruption of woman or descendant of Vrishni, there ensues an intermixture of castes. Progeny, owing to promiscuity, damns the destroyers of the race, as well as the race itself. Deprived of offerings of rice and water, shrad, darpan, etc., the mains of the race also fall. Through these evils, bringing about an intermixture of castes, the age-long caste traditions and family customs of the killers of kinsmen get extinct. Krishna, we hear that men who have lost their family traditions dwell in hell for an infinite period of time. Oh, what a pity! Though possessed of intelligence, we have set our mind on the commission of a great sin. Due to lust for throne and enjoyment, we are intent on killing our own kinsmen. It would be better for me if the sons of Dhritarashtra, armed with weapons, kill me in battle while I am unarmed and unresisting. Sanjaya said, Arjun, whose mind was agitated by grief on the battlefield, having spoke thus, and having cast aside his bows and arrows, sank into the path of his chariot. Thus, in the Upanishads sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of Yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjun, ends the first chapter entitled The Yoga of Detection of Arjun.
प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की
Jai.
ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की. And as the first chapter has come to an end, we will do Havan as mentioned, and we move on to the second chapter. प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की जय.
Chapter 2, verses 1 to 13. Sanjaya said, Sri Krishna then addressed the following words to Arjuna, who was, as mentioned before, overwhelmed with pity, whose eyes were filled with tears and agitated, and who was full of sorrow. Sri Bhagavan said, Arjuna, how has this infatuation overtaken you at this odd hour? It is shunned by noble souls, neither will it bring heaven nor fame to you. Yield not to unmanliness, Arjuna. This does not become you. Shaking off this base faint-heartedness, stand up, O sorcerer of enemies. Arjuna said, how, Krishna, shall I fight Bhishma and Drona with arrows on the battlefield? They are worthy of deepest reverence, O destroyer of foes. It is better to live on alms in this world without slaying these noble elders, because even after killing them, we shall after all enjoy only blood-stained pleasures in the form of wealth and sense enjoyments. We do not even know which is preferable for us to fight or not to fight, nor do we know whether we shall win or whether they will conquer us. Those very sons of Dhritarashtra, killing whom we do not even wish to live, stand in the enemy ranks. With my very being smitten by the vice of faint-heartedness and my mind puzzled with regard to duty, I beseech you, tell me that which is decidedly good. I am your disciple. Pray, instruct me, who have taken refuge in you. For even on obtaining undisputed sovereignty and an affluent kingdom on this earth and lordship over the gods, I do not see any means that can drive away the grief which is drying up my senses. Sanjaya said, O king, having thus spoken to Sri Krishna, Arjuna said to him, I will not fight, and became silent. Then, O Dhritarashtra, Sri Krishna, as if smiling, addressed the following words to grieving Arjuna in the midst of the two armies. Sri Bhagavan said, Arjuna, you grieve over those who should not be grieved for, and yet speak like the learned wise men who do not sorrow over the dead or the living. In fact, there was never a time when I was not, or when you or these kings were not, nor is it a fact that hereafter we shall all cease to be. Just as boyhood, youth, and old age are attributed to the soul through this body, even so it attains another body. This, the wise man does not get deluded about this.
O son of Kunti, the contacts between the senses and their objects, which give rise to the feelings of heat and cold, pleasure and pain, etc., are transitory and fleeting. Therefore, Arjuna, endure them. Arjuna, the wise man to whom pain and pleasure are alike, and who is not tormented by these contacts, become eligible for immortality. The unreal has no existence, and the real never ceases to be. The reality of both has thus been perceived by the seers of truth. Know that alone to be imperishable, which pervades this universe, for no one has power to destroy this indestructible substance. All these bodies pertaining to the imperishable, indefinable, and eternal soul are spoken of as perishable. Therefore, Arjuna, fight. Both of them are ignorant. He who considers the soul to be capable of killing and he who takes it as killed. For verily the soul neither kills nor is killed. The soul is never born, nor does it ever die, nor does it become only after being born. For it is unborn, eternal, everlasting, and primeval. Even though the body is slain, the soul is not. Arjuna, the man who knows the soul to be imperishable, eternal, and free from birth and decay, how and whom will he cause to be killed? And whom will he kill? As a man shredding worn-out garments takes other new ones, likewise, the embodied soul, casting off worn-out bodies, enters the others that are new. Weapons cannot cut it, nor can fire burn it. Water cannot wet it, nor can wind dry it. For this soul is incapable of being cut or burned by fire, nor can it be dissolved by water and undryable by air as well. This soul is eternal, omnipresent, immovable, constant, and everlasting. The soul is unmanifest. It is incomprehensible, and it is spoken for as immutable. Therefore, knowing it as such, you should not grieve. And, Arjuna, if you should suppose this soul to be subject to constant birth and death, even then you should not grieve like this. For in that case, death is certain for the born, and rebirth is inevitable for the dead. You should not, therefore, grieve over the inevitable. Arjuna, before birth beings are not manifest to our human senses, on death they return to the unmanifest again. They are unmanifest only in the interim between birth and death. What occasion for lamentation?
Hardly anyone perceives this soul as marvelous. Scarce another likewise speaks thereof as marvelous, and scarce another hears of it as marvelous. While there are some who know it, not even one hearing of it. Arjuna, this soul dwelling in the bodies of all can never be slain. Therefore you should not mourn for anyone. Besides considering your own duty too, you should not waver, for there is nothing more welcome for a man of the warrior class than a righteous war. Arjuna, happy are the Sastriyas who get such an solicited opportunity for war, which is an open gateway to heaven. Now, if you refuse to fight this righteous war, then stroking your duty and losing your reputation will incur sin. People will also pour on thine infamy on you. An infamy brought on a man enjoying popular esteem is worse than death. And the warrior chiefs who thought highly of you will now despise you, thinking that it was your fear which drove you away from the battle. And your enemies, disparaging your might, will speak many unbecoming words, which can be more distressing than this. Die, and you will win heaven. Conquer, and you enjoy sovereignty of the earth. Therefore, stand up, Arjuna, determined to fight. Treating alike victory and defeat, gain and loss, pleasure and pain. Get ready for the battle. Fighting thus, you will not incur sin. Arjuna, this attitude of mine has been presented to you from the point of view of Jnana Yoga. Now hear the same as presented from the standpoint of Karma Yoga, the yoga of selfless action. Equipped with this attitude of mind, you will be able to throw off completely the shackles of karma. In this part of disinterested action, there is no loss of effort, nor there is fear of contrary result. Even a little practice of this discipline saves one from the terrible fear of birth and death. Arjuna, In this yoga of disinterested mind action, the intellect is determinate and directly singly towards one ideal, whereas the intellect of the undecided, ignorant men move by desires, wander in all directions after innumerable aims. Arjuna, those who are full of worldly desires and devoted to the letter of the Vedas, who look upon heaven as the supreme goal and argue that there is nothing beyond heaven, are unwise. They utter flowery speech, recommending many rituals of various kinds for the attainment of pleasure and power, with rebirth as their fruit. Those whose minds are carried away by such words and who are deeply attached to pleasures and worldly power cannot attain determinate intellect concentrated on God. Hardly anyone.
Arjuna, the Vedas thus deal with the evolutes of the three gunas, modes of Prakriti, that is, worldly enjoyments and the means of attaining such enjoyments. Be thou indifferent to these enjoyment and their means, rising above pairs of opposites like pleasure and pain, etc., established in the external existence, God, absolutely unconcerned about the fulfillment of wants and the preservation of what has already been attained and self-controlled. A Brahmana who has obtained enlightenment has as much use for all the Vedas as one who stands at the brink of a sheet of water overflowing on all sides has for a small reservoir of water. Your right is to work only and never to the fruit thereof. Do not be the cause of the fruit of action, nor let your attachment be to inaction. Arjuna, perform your duties established in yoga, renouncing attachment, and be even-minded in success and failure. Evenness of mind is called yoga. Action with a selfish motive is far inferior to this yoga in the form of equanimity. Do seek refuge in these equipoise of mind. Arjuna, for poor and wretched are those who are instrumental in making their actions bear fruit. Endowed with equanimity, one sheds in this life both good and evil. Therefore, strive for the practice of this yoga of equanimity. Skill in action lies in the practice of this yoga. For wise men possessing equipoise mind, renouncing the fruit of actions, and freed from the shackles of birth, attain the blissful supreme state. When your mind will have fully crossed the mire of delusion, you will then grow indifferent to the enjoyment of this world and the next, that have been heard of, as well as to those that are yet to be heard of. When your intellect, confused by hearing conflicting statements, will rest steady and undistracted in meditation on God, you will then attain yoga, everlasting union with God. Arjuna said, Krishna, what is the definition, mark, of a God-realized soul? Stable of mind and established in samadhi, perfect tranquility of the mind. How does the man of stable mind speak? How does he sit? How does he walk? Sri Bhagwan said, Arjuna, when one thoroughly casts off all cravings of the mind and is satisfied in the self through the joy of the self, he is then called stable of mind. The sage whose mind remains unperturbed amid sorrows, whose thirst for pleasures has altogether disappeared, and who is free from passion, fear, and anger, is called stable of mind. He who is unattached to everything, and meeting with good and evil, neither rejoices nor recoils his mind, is stable. When, like a tortoise that draws in its limbs from all direction, He withdraws all his senses from the sense objects. His mind becomes stable.
Sense objects turn away from him, who does not enjoy them with his senses, but the taste for them persists. This relish also disappears in the case of the man of stable mind when he realizes the Supreme. Turbulent by nature, the senses, not free from attachment, even of a wise man who is practicing self-control, forcibly carry away his mind, Arjuna. Therefore, having controlled all the senses and concentrating his mind, he should sit for meditation, devoting himself, heart and soul to me. For he whose senses are under his control is known to have a stable mind. The man dwelling on sense objects develops attachment for them. From attachment springs up desire, and from desire, unfulfilled anger ensues anger. From anger arises delusion. From delusion, confusion of memory. From confusion of memory, loss of reason. And from loss of reason, one goes to complete ruin. But the self-controlled sadhaka, while enjoying the various sense objects through his senses, which are disciplined and free from likes and dislikes, attains placidity of mind. With the attainment of such placidity of mind, all his sorrows come to an end, and the intellect of such a person of tranquil mind, soon withdrawing itself from all sides, becomes firmly established in God. He who has not controlled his mind and senses can have no determinate intellect, nor contemplation. Without contemplation, he can have no peace. And how can there be happiness for one lacking peace of mind? As the wind carries away a boat upon the waters, even so of the senses moving among sense objects, the one to which the mind is attached takes away his discrimination. Therefore, Arjuna, he whose senses are completely restrained from their objects is said to have a stable mind. That which is night to all beings, in that state of divine knowledge and supreme bliss, the God-realized yogi keeps awake, and that the ever-changing transient worldly happiness in which all beings keep awake is night to the seer. As the waters of different rivers enters the ocean, which, though full on all sides, remains undisturbed, likewise, he, in whom all enjoyments merge themselves without causing disturbance, attains peace. Nor he who hankers after such enjoyment, He who has given up all desires and moves free from attachment, egoism, and thirst for enjoyment attains peace. Arjuna, such is the state of the God-realized soul. Having reached this state, he overcomes delusion, and established in this state, even at the last moment, he attains Brahmic bliss. Thus, in the Upanishads, sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna ends the second chapter entitled Sankhya Yoga, the Yoga of Knowledge. Om
Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Prem se bol Shri Govinda Krishna Bhagwan ki.
Jai.
We move on to chapter 3.
Chapter 3, Karma Yoga, the Yoga of Action. Arjuna said, Krishna, if you consider knowledge as superior to action,
Why then do you urge me to do this dreadful action, Keshav? You are, as it were, puzzling my mind by these seemingly conflicting expressions. Therefore, tell me the one definite discipline by which I may obtain the highest good. Sri Bhagavan said, Arjuna, in this world, 2 courses of sadhana, spiritual discipline, have been enunciated by me in the past. In the case of the Sankhya Yogi, the sadhana proceeds along the path of knowledge, whereas in the case of the Karma Yogi, it proceeds along the path of action. Man does not attain freedom from action, culmination of the discipline of action, without entering upon action, nor does he reach perfection, culmination of the discipline of knowledge, merely by ceasing to act. Surely, none can ever remain inactive, even for a moment, for everyone is helplessly driven to action by modes of prakriti, nature-born qualities. He who outwardly restraining the organs of sense and action sits mentally dwelling on the objects of senses, that man of deluded intellect is called a hypocrite. On the other hand, he who controlling the organs of sense and action by the power of his will and remaining unattached undertakes the yoga of selfless action through those organs. Arjuna, he excels. Therefore, do you perform your allotted duty, for action is superior to inaction. Desisting from action, you cannot even maintain your body. Man is bound by his own action, except when it is performed for the sake of sacrifice. Therefore, Arjuna, do you efficiently perform your duty, free from attachment, for the sake of sacrifice alone. Having created mankind along with Yajna, at the beginning of creation, the Creator, Brahma, said to them, you shall prosper by this. May this yield the enjoyments you seek. Foster the gods through this sacrifice, and let the gods foster you. Thus, each fostering the other selflessly, you will attain the highest good. Fostered by sacrifice, the gods will surely bestow on you, unasked, all the desired enjoyments. He who enjoys the gifts bestowed by them without offering their share to them is undoubtedly a thief. The virtuous who partake of what is left over after sacrifice are absolved of all sins. Those sinful ones who cook for the sake of nourishing their bodies alone partake of sin only. All beings are evolved from food. Production of food is dependent on rain. Rain ensues from sacrifice, and sacrifice is rooted in prescribed action. Know that prescribed action has its origin in the Vedas, and the Vedas proceed from the indestructible God. Hence, the all-pervading infinite is always present in sacrifice.
Arjuna, he who does not follow the wheel of creation thus set going in this world, that is, does not perform his duties, leads a sinful and sensual life. He lives in vain. He, however, who takes delight in the self alone is gratified with the self and is contented in the self, has no duty. In this world, that great soul has nothing to gain by action, nor by abstaining from action, nor has he selfish dependence of any kind on any creature. Therefore, go on efficiently doing your duty at all times without attachment. Doing work without attachment, man attains the supreme. It is through action without attachment alone that Janaka and other wise men reach perfection. Having in view the maintenance of the world order, too, you should take to action. For whatever a great man does, that very thing other men also do. Whatever standard he sets up, the generality of men will follow the same. Arjuna, there is no duty in all the 3 worlds for me to perform, nor is there anything worth attaining, unattained by me, yet I continue to work. Should I not engage in action scrupulously at any time? Great harm will come to the world. For Arjuna, men follow my way in all matters. If I ever cease to act, these worlds would perish, nay, I should prove to be the cause of confusion and of the destruction of these people. Arjuna, as the unwise act with attachment, so should the wise man, with a view to maintain the world order, act without attachment. A wise man established in the self should not unsettle the mind of the ignorant attached to action, but should get them to perform all their duties, duly performing his own duties. In fact, all actions are being performed by the modes of the Prakriti, primordial nature. The fool whose mind is deluded by egoism thinks, I am the doer. However, he who has true insight into the respective spheres of gunas, mode of Prakriti, and their actions, holding that it is the gunas, in the form of the senses, mind, etc., that move among the gunas, objects of perception, does not get attached to them, Arjuna. Those who are completely deluded by the gunas, modes of Prakriti, remain attached to those gunas and actions. The man of perfect knowledge should not unsettle the mind of those ignorance of imperfect knowledge. Therefore, dedicating all actions to me, with your mind fixed on me, the self of all, freed from desire and the feeling of muam, and cured of mental agitation, fight.
Even those men who, with an uncavaliling and devout mind, always follow this teaching of mine, are released from the bondage of all actions. But they, however, who, finding fault with this teaching of mine, do not follow it, take those fools to be deluded in the matter of all knowledge as lost. All living creatures follow their tendencies. Even the wise man acts according to the tendencies of his own nature. Of what use is restraint by force? Attraction and repulsion are rooted in all sense objects. Man should never allow himself to be swayed by them, because they are the two principal enemies standing in the way of his redemption. One's own duty, though devoid of merit, is preferable to the duty of another well performed. Even death in the performance of one's own duty brings blessedness. Another's duty is fraught with fear. Arjuna said, now impelled by what, Krishna? Does this man commit sin even involuntarily as though driven by force? Shri Bhagavan said, it is desire begotten of the element of rajas, which appears as wrath. Nay, it is insatiable and grossly wicked. Who this to be the enemy in this case? As fire is covered by smoke, mirror by dust, and embryo by amnion, so is knowledge covered by desire. And Arjuna, knowledge stands covered by this eternal enemy of the wise, known as desire, which is insatiable like fire. The senses, the mind, and the intellect are declared to be its seat, covering the knowledge through these. It, desire, deludes the embodied soul. Therefore, Arjuna, you must first control your senses and then kill this evil thing which obstructs jnana, knowledge of the absolute or nirguna Brahma, and vijnana, knowledge of Sakara Brahma or manifest divinity. The senses are said to be greater than the body, but greater than the senses is the mind. Greater than the mind is the intellect, and what is greater than the intellect is he, the self. Thus, Arjuna, knowing the self which is higher than the intellect and subduing the mind by reason, kill this enemy in the form of desire that is hard to overcome. Thus, in the Upanishad sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of Yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna, ends the third chapter entitled Karma Yoga, or the Yoga of Action.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 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 Prem se bol Shri Govind Krishna Bhagwan ki. We move on now to chapter 4.
Sri Bhagavan said, I revealed this immortal yoga to Vivashwan, sun god. Vivashwan conveyed it to Manu, his son, and Manu imparted it to his son, Ishvaku. Thus transmitted in succession from father to son, Arjun, this yoga remained known to the Raja Rishis, royal sages. Through long lapse of time, this yoga got lost to the world. The same ancient yoga, which is the supreme secret, has this day been imparted to you by me, because you are my devotee and friend. Arjun said, you are of recent origin, while the birth of Vivashwan dates back to remote antiquity. How then am I to believe that you imparted this yoga at the beginning of the creation? Sri Bhagavan said, Arjun, you and I have passed through many births. I remember them all. You do not remember, O chastiser of foes. Though birthless and immortal, and the Lord of all beings, I manifest myself through my own Yoga Maya, divine potency, keeping my nature, Prakriti, under control. Arjun, whenever righteousness is on the decline, unrighteousness is in the ascendant. Then I body myself forth. For the protection of the virtuous, for the extirpation of evildoers, and for establishing dharma, righteousness, on a firm footing, I manifest myself from age to age. Arjun, my birth and activities are divine. He who knows this in reality is not reborn on leaving his body, but comes to me. Completely rid of attachment, fear, and anger, wholly absorbed in me, depending on me, and purified by the penance of wisdom, many have become one with me even in the past. Arjun, howsoever men seek me, even so do I respond to them, for all men follow my path in every way. In this world of human beings, men seeking the fruition of their activities worship the gods, for success born of actions follows quickly.
The four orders of society, the Brahman, the Kshatriya, the Vaishya, and the Sudra, were created by me, classifying them according to the mode of Prakriti predominant in each and apportioning corresponding duties to them. Though the author of this creation know me, the immortal Lord, to be the undoer. Since I have no craving for the fruit of actions, actions do not contaminate me. Even who thus knows me in reality is not bound by actions. Having known thus, action has performed even by the ancient seekers for liberation. Therefore, do you also perform such actions as have been performed by the ancients from the beginning of time. What is action and what is inaction? Even men of intelligence are puzzled over this question. Therefore, I shall expound to you the truth about action, knowing which you will be freed from its evil effect, binding nature. The truth about action must be known, and the truth of inaction must also be known. Even so, the truth of prohibited action must be known, for mysterious are the ways of action. He who sees inaction in action and action in inaction is wise among men. He is a yogi who has performed all actions. Even the wise call him a sage, whose undertakings are all free from desire and thoughts of the world, and whose actions are burnt up by the fire of wisdom. He who, having totally given up attachment to actions and their fruits, no longer depends on the world and is ever satisfied, does nothing at all, and though fully engaged in action, having subdued his mind and body and given up all objects of enjoyment, and free from craving, he who performs sheer bodily action does not incur sin. The karma yogi, who is contented with whatever is got unsought, is free from jealousy and has transcended all pairs of opposites, like joy and grief, and is balancing success and failure, and is not bound by his action.
All his action get dissolved entirely, who is free from attachment and has no identification with the body, and free from the feeling of mine, whose mind is established in the knowledge of self, and who works merely for the sake of sacrifice. In the practice of seeing Brahma everywhere as a form of sacrifice, Brahma is the ladle with which oblation is poured into the fire. Brahma again is the oblation. Brahma is the fire. Brahma itself is the sacrificer, and so Brahma itself constitutes the act of pouring the oblation into the fire. And finally, Brahma is the goal to be reached by him who is absorbed in Brahma as the act of such sacrifice. Other yogis duly offer sacrifice only in the form of worship to gods, while others perform sacrifice by offering the self, by the self itself, in the fire of Brahma. Others offer as sacrifice their senses of hearing into the fires of self-discipline. Other yogis again offer sound and other objects of perception into the fires of the senses. Others sacrifice all the functions of their senses and the functions of all the vital airs, prana, into the fire of yoga in the shape of self-control, kindled by wisdom. Some perform sacrifice with material possessions. Some offer sacrifice in the shape of austerities. Others sacrifice through the practice of yoga, while some striving souls, observing austere vows, perform sacrifice in the shape of wisdom through the study of sacred texts. Other yogis offer the act of exhalation into that of inhalation. Even so, others the act of inhalation into that of exhalation. There are still others given to the practice of pranayama, breath control, who, having regulated their diet and controlled the processes of exhalation and inhalation, both pour their vital airs into the vital airs themselves. All these have their sins consumed away by sacrifice and understand the meaning of sacrificial worship. Arjun, yogis who enjoy the nectar that has been left over after the performance of a sacrifice attain the eternal Brahma. To the man who does not offer sacrifice, even this world is not happy. How then can the other world be happy? Many such forms of sacrifice have been set forth in detail in the Vedas. Know them all as involving the action of mind, senses, and body. Thus, knowing the truth about them, you shall be freed from the bondage of action through their performance.
Arjuna, sacrifice through knowledge is superior to sacrifice performed with material things. For all actions without exception culminate in knowledge, O son of Kunti. Understand the true nature of that knowledge by approaching illumined soul. If you prostrate at their feet, render them service, and question them with an open and guileless heart, those wise seers of truth will instruct you in that knowledge. Arjuna, when you have achieved enlightenment, ignorance will delude you no more. In the light of that knowledge, you will see the entire creation, first within your own self, and then in me, the Oversoul. Even though you were the most sinful of all sinners, this knowledge alone will carry you like a raft across all your sins. For as the blazing fire turns the fuel into ashes, Arjuna, even so the fire of knowledge turns all actions to ashes.
In this world there is no purifier as great as knowledge. He who has attained purity of heart through prolonged practice of Karma Yoga automatically sees the light of truth in the self in course of time. He who has mastered his senses, is exclusively devoted to his practice, and is full of faith, attains knowledge. Having had the revelation of truth, he immediately attains supreme peace in the form of God realization. He who lacks discrimination is devoid of faith and is at the same time possessed by doubt, is lost to the spiritual path. For the doubting soul, there is neither this world nor the world beyond, nor even happiness. Arjun, actions do not bind him who has dedicated all his actions to God, according to the spirit of Karma Yoga, whose doubts have been dispelled by wisdom and who is self-possessed. Therefore, Arjun, slashing to pieces with the sword of knowledge this doubt in your heart, born of ignorance, establish yourself in Karma Yoga in the shape of even-mindedness and stand up for the fight. Thus, in the Upanishad sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of Yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna, ends the 4th chapter entitled The Yoga of Knowledge, as well as the disciplines of action and knowledge.
प्रेम से बोलो श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते। प्रेम से बोलो श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की जय। Chapter 5.
Arjuna said, Krishna, you extol Sankhya Yoga, the yoga of knowledge, and then the yoga of action. Pray, tell me which of the two is decidedly conducive to my good. Sri Bhagwan said, the yoga of knowledge and the yoga of action both lead to supreme bliss. Of the two, however, the yoga of action, being easier of practice, is superior to the yoga of knowledge. The karma yogi, who neither hates nor desires, should ever be considered as an ever renunciant. For Arjuna, he who is free from the pairs of opposites is easily liberated from bondage. It is the ignorant, not the wise, who say that Sankhya Yoga and Karma Yoga lead to divergent results. For one who is firmly established in either gets the fruit of both, which is the same, God realization. The supreme state which is reached by the Sankhya Yogi is attained also by the Karma Yogi. Therefore, he alone wins. He alone who sees Sankhya Yoga and Karma Yoga as identified so far as their result goes, sees truly. Without Karma Yoga, however, Sankhya Yoga, that is, renunciation of doership in relation to all activities of the mind, senses, and body, is difficult to accomplish. Whereas the Karma Yogi who keeps his mind fixed on God reaches Brahma in no time, Arjuna. The Karma Yogi who has fully conquered his mind and mastered his senses, whose heart is pure and who has identified himself with the self of all blessings, God, remains untainted even though performing action.
However, the Sankhya Yogi, who knows the reality of things, must believe that he does nothing, even though seeing, hearing, touching, smelling, eating or drinking, walking, sleeping, breathing, speaking, answering the calls of nature, grasping, and opening or closing the eyes, holding that in it is the senses alone that are moving among their objects. He who acts offering all actions to God and shaking off attachment remains untouched by sin as the lotus leaf by water. The Karma Yogis perform action only with their senses, mind, intellect, and body as well, without the feeling of mind in respect of them and shaking off attachment, simply for the sake of self-purification.
Offering the fruit of actions to God, the Karma Yogi attains everlasting peace in the form of God realization, whereas he who works with a selfish motive, being attached to the fruit of actions through desire, gets tied down. The self-controlled Sankhya Yogi, doing nothing himself and getting nothing done by others, rests happily in God, the embodiment of truth, knowledge, and bliss, mentally relegating all actions to the mansion of 9 gates, the body with 9 openings. God determines neither the doership nor the doings of men, nor even their contact with the fruit of actions, but it is nature alone that does all this. The omnipresent God does not partake the virtue or sin of anyone. Knowledge is enveloped by ignorance. Hence it is that beings are constantly falling a prey to delusion. In the case, however, of those whose said ignorance has been destroyed by true knowledge of God, that wisdom shining like a sun reveals the Supreme. Those whose mind and intellect are wholly merged in Him, who remain constantly established in identity with Him, and have finally become one with Him, their sins being wiped out by wisdom, reach the supreme goal whence there is no return. The wise look with equanimity on all, whether it be a Brahman endowed with learning and humility, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a pariah too. Even here is the mortal plane conquered by those whose mind is established in equanimity, since the Absolute is untouched by evil and is the same to all, hence they are established in Paramatma. He who with firm intellect and free from doubt rejoices not on obtaining what is pleasant, and does not feel perturbed on meeting with the unpleasant, the knower of Brahma lives eternally in identity with Brahma.
He whose mind remains unattached to sense object derives through meditation the sattvika joy, which dwells in the mind. Then that yogi, having completely identified himself through meditation with Brahma, enjoys eternal bliss. The pleasures which are born of sense contacts are verily a source of suffering only, though appearing as enjoyable to worldly-minded people. They have a beginning and an end. They come and go. Arjuna, it is for this reason that wise men do not indulge in them. He alone who is able to stand in this very life before casting off his body the urges of lust and anger is a yogi, and he alone is a happy man. He who is happy with himself enjoys within himself the delight of the soul, and even so is illuminated by the inner light of the soul. Such a yogi, Sankhya Yogi, identified with Brahma, attains Brahma, who is all peace. The seers whose sins have been wiped out, whose doubts have been dispelled by knowledge, whose disciplined mind is firmly established in God, and who are actively engaged in the service of all beings, attain Brahma, who is all peace. To those wise men who are free from lust and anger, who have subdued their mind and have realized God, Brahma, the abode of eternal peace, is present all around. Shutting out all thoughts of external enjoyments with the gaze fixed on all the space between the eyebrows, having regulated the prana, outgoing, and apana, ingoing, breaths flowing within the nostrils, He who has brought his senses, mind, and intellect under control, such a contemplative soul intent on liberation and free from desire, fear, and anger is ever liberated.
Having known me in reality as the enjoyer of all sacrifices and utterances, the Supreme Lord of all worlds, and the selfless friend of all beings, my devotee attains peace.
Thus, in the Upanishad sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna ends the 5th chapter entitled The Yoga of Action and Knowledge.
प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासु प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की जय. Chapter 6.
Sitaram, Chapter 6, The Yoga of Self-Control. Sri Bhagavan said, "Who does his duty without expecting the fruit of action is a sannyasi, a Sankhya Yoga, and a yogi, karma yogi both. He is no sannyasi or renouncer who has merely renounced the sacred fire. Even so, he is no yogi who has merely given up all activity." Arjuna, you must know that what they call sannyasi is no other than yoga, for none becomes a yogi who has not abandoned his sankalps or thoughts of the world. To the contemplative soul who desires to attain karma yoga, selfless action is said to be the means. For the same man, when he is established in yoga, absence of all sankalps or thoughts of the world is said to be the way to blessedness. When a man ceases to have any attachment for the object of senses and for actions, and has renounced all sankalps or thoughts of the world, he is said to have attained yoga. One should lift oneself by one's own efforts and should not degrade oneself, for one's own self is one's friend, and one's own self is one's enemy. One's own self is the friend of the soul by whom the lower self, consisting of the mind, senses, and body, has been conquered. Even so, the very self of him who has not conquered his lower self behaves antagonistically like an enemy. The Supreme Spirit is rooted in the knowledge of the self-controlled man whose mind is perfectly serene in the midst of pairs of opposites, such as cold and heat, joy and sorrow, and honor and ignominy. The yogi whose mind is sated with jnana, or knowledge of Nirgun Brahma, the Vigyan, or knowledge of manifest divinity, who is unmoved under any circumstances, whose senses are completely under control, and to whom earth, stone, and gold are all alike, is spoken of as a God-realized soul. He who looks upon well-wishers and neutrals, as well as mediators, friends and foes, relatives and inimicals, the virtuous and the sinful, with equanimity, stands supreme. Living in seclusion all by himself, the yogi who has controlled his mind and body is free from desires and void of possessions, should constantly engage his mind in meditation. Having firmly set his seat in a spot which is free from dirt and other impurities, with a sacred kush grass, a deerskin, and a cloth spread thereon, one upon the other, kush below, deerskin in the middle, and cloth uppermost,
neither very high nor very low, and occupying that seat, concentrating the mind and controlling the functions of the mind and senses, he should practice yoga for self-purification. Holding the trunk, head, and neck straight and steady, remaining firm and fixing the gaze on the tip of the nose without looking in other directions. Firm in the vow of complete chastity and fearless, keeping himself perfectly calm and with the mind held in restraint and fixed on me, the vigilant yogi should sit absorbed in me. Thus, constantly applying his mind to me, the yogi of disciplined mind attains everlasting peace, consisting of supreme bliss which abides in me. Arjuna, this yoga is neither for him who overeats, nor for him who observes complete fast. It is neither for him who is given too much sleep, or even for him who is ceaselessly awake. Yoga, which rids one of woe, is accomplished only by him who is regulated in diet, recreation, regulated in performing actions, and regulated in sleep and wakefulness. When the mind, which is thoroughly disciplined, gets riveted on God alone, then the person who is free from yearning for all enjoyments is said to be established in yoga. As a flame does not flicker in windless place, such is stated to be the picture of a disciplined mind of the yogi practicing meditation on God. The state in which the chitta, or mind stuff, subdued through the practice of yoga, becomes completely tranquil, and which, realizing God through subtle reasoning, purified by meditation on God, the soul rejoices only in God. Nay, in which the soul experiences the eternal and supersensuous joy which can be intuited only through the subtle and purified intellect, and wherein established, the said yogi moves not from truth on any account. And having obtained which, he does not reckon any other gain as greater than that, and established in which he is not shaken even by the heaviest of sorrows. That state, called yoga, which is free from the contact of sorrow in the form of transmigration, should be known. Nay, this yoga should be resolutely practiced with an unwavered mind. Completely renouncing all desires arising from sankalps or thoughts of the world, and fully restraining all the senses from all sides by the mind, he should, through gradual practice, attain tranquility. And fixing the mind on God through reason controlled by steadfastness, he should not think of anything else. Drawing back the restless and fidgety mind from all those objects after which it runs, he should repeatedly fix it on God. For to the yogi whose mind is perfectly serene, who is sinless, whose passion is subdued, and who is identified with Brahma, the embodiment of truth, knowledge, and bliss, supreme happiness comes as a matter of course. The sinless yogi, thus united himself constantly with God, easily enjoys the eternal bliss of oneness with Brahma. The yogi who is united in identity with the all-pervading infinite consciousness, whose vision everywhere is even, beholds the self-existing in all beings, and all beings as assumed in the self. He who sees me, the universal self, present in all beings, and all beings existing within me, he is never out of my sight, nor am I ever out of his sight. The yogi who is established in union with me and worships me, residing in all beings as their very self, whatever activities he performs them in me. Arjun, he who looks on all as one, on the analogy of his own self and looks upon the joy and sorrow of all equally, such a yogi is deemed to be the highest of all. Arjuna said, Krishna, owing to the restlessness of mind, I do not perceive the stability of this yoga in the form of equanimity, which you have just spoken of. For Krishna, the mind is very unsteady, turbulent, tenacious, and powerful. Therefore, I consider it as difficult to control as the wind. Sri Bhagavan said, the mind is restless, no doubt, and difficult to curb, Arjuna, but it can be brought under control by repeated practice of meditation and by the exercise of dispassion, O son of Kunti. Yoga is difficult of achievement by one whose mind is not subdued by him. However, who has the mind under control and is ceaselessly striving, it can be easily attained through practice. Such is my conviction. Arjuna said, Krishna, what becomes of the aspirant who, though endowed with faith, has not been able to subdue his passions and whose mind is therefore diverted from yoga at the time of death, and who thus fails to reach perfection in yoga or God realization? Krishna swerved from the path leading to God realization, and without anything to stand upon, is he not lost like the scattered cloud, deprived of both God realization and heavenly enjoyment? Krishna, only you are capable to remove this doubt of mine completely, for none other than you can dispel this doubt. Sri Bhagavan said, Arjuna, there is no fall for him either here or hereafter. For, O my beloved, none who strives for self-redemption, that is God realization, ever meets with evil destiny. Such a person who has strayed from yoga obtains the higher worlds, heaven, etc., to which men of meritorious deeds alone are entitled, and having resided there for innumerable years, takes birth of pious and prosperous parents. Or, if he is possessed of this passion, then not attaining those regions, he is born in the family of enlightened yogis. But such a birth in this world is very difficult to obtain. Arjuna, he automatically regains in that birth the latencies of ever-mindedness of his previous birth, and through that he strives harder than ever for perfection in the form of God realization. The other one who takes birth in a rich family, though under the sway of his senses, feels drawn towards God by force of the habit acquired in his previous birth. Nay, even the seeker of yoga in the form of even-mindedness transcends the fruit of actions performed with some interested motive as laid down by the Vedas. The yogi, however, who diligently takes up the practice, attains perfection in his very life with the help of latencies of many births, and being thoroughly purged of sin, forthwith reaches the supreme state. The yogi is superior to the ascetics. He is regarded superior even to those versed in sacred law. The yogi is also superior to those who perform action with some interested motive. Therefore, Arjuna, do become a yogi. Of all yogis again, he who devoutly worships me with his mind focused on me is considered by me to be the best yogi. Thus, in the Upanishad sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna ends the 6th chapter entitled The Yoga of Self-Control.
Prem se bol Shri Govind Krishna Bhagwan ki Jai. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ॐ नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की। Chapter 7.
Sri Bhagavan said, Arjun, now listen how with the mind attached to me and practicing yoga with absolute dependence on me, you will know me, the repository of all power, strength, and glory, and other attributes, the universal soul, in entirety and without any shadow of doubt. I shall unfold to you in its entirety this wisdom, along with the knowledge of the qualified aspect of God, having known which nothing else remains yet to be known in this world. Hardly one among the thousands of men strive to realize me. Of those striving yogis again, some rare one, devoting himself exclusively to me, knows me in reality. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, reason, and also ego, those constitute my nature divided into 8 parts. These indeed is my lower nature. The other than this, by which the whole universe is sustained, know it to be by my nature in the form of Jeev. O Arjun. Arjun, know that all beings have evolved from this twofold Prakriti, and that I am the source of the entire creation, and into me again it dissolves. There's nothing besides me, Arjun. Like clusters of yarn beads formed by knots on a thread, all this is threaded on me. Arjun, I am the sap in water, and the radiance of the moon and the sun. I am the sacred syllable Om in all the Vedas, the sound in ether and virility in men. I am the pure odor in the earth and the brightness in fire. Nay, I am the life in all beings and austerity in the ascetics. Arjun, know me, the eternal seed of all beings. I am the intelligence of the intelligent, the glory of the glorious am I.
Arjun, of the mighty, I am the might, free from passion and desire. In beings, I am the sexual desire not conflicting with virtue or scriptural injunctions. Whatever other entities there are, born of sattva, and those that are born of rajas and tamas, know them all as evolved from me alone. In reality, however, neither do I exist in them, nor do they in me. The whole of this creation is deluded by these objects evolved from the 3 modes of Prakriti, sattva, rajas, and tamas. That is why the world fails to recognize me, standing apart from these, the imperishable. For this most wonderful Maya of mine, consisting of the 3 gunas, is extremely difficult to break through. Those, however, who constantly adore me alone are able to cross it. Those whose wisdom has been carried away by Maya and are of the demoniac nature, such foolish and vile men of evil deeds do not adore me. 4 types of devotees of noble deeds worship me, Arjun, the seeker after worldly possessions, the afflicted, the seeker for knowledge, and the man of wisdom. O best of Bharatas, of these, the best is the man of wisdom, ever established in identity with me and possessed of exclusive devotion. For I am extremely dear to the wise man who knows me in reality, and he is extremely dear to me. Indeed, all these are noble, but the man of wisdom is my very self. Such is my view. For such a devotee who has his mind and intellect merged in me is firmly established in me alone as the highest goal. In the very last of all births, the enlightened person worships me by realizing that all this is God. Such a great soul is very rare indeed. Those whose wisdom has been carried away by various desires, being prompted by their own nature, worship other deities, adopting norms relating to each.
Whatever celestial form a devotee chooses to worship with reverence, I stabilize the faith of that particular devotee in that very form. Endowed with such faith he worships, that particular deity and obtains through that deity, without doubt, his desired enjoyments are as ordained by me. The fruit gained by these people of small understanding, however, is perishable. The worshippers of God attain the gods, whereas my devotees, howsoever they worship me, eventually come to me and me alone. Not knowing my supreme nature, unsurpassable and undecaying, the ignorant persons regard me, who am the supreme spirit, beyond the reach of mind and senses, and the embodiment of truth, knowledge, and bliss, to have assumed a finite form through birth as an ordinary human being. Veiled by my Yog Maya, divine potency, I am not manifest to all. Hence, these ignorant folk fail to recognize me, the birthless and imperishable supreme deity. Consider me as subject to birth and death. Arjun, I know all beings, past as well as present, nay, even those that are yet to come, but none devoid of faith and devotion knows me. O valiant Arjun, through delusion in the shape of pairs of opposites, born of desire and aversion, all living creatures in this world are falling a prey to infatuation. But those men of virtuous deeds whose sins have come to an end, being freed from delusion in the shapes of pairs of opposites, born of attraction and repulsion, worship me with a firm resolve in every way. They who, having taken refuge in me, strive for deliverance from old age and death, know Brahm, the whole Adhyatma, totally of jivas, and the entire field of karma, as well as my integral being, comprising Adhibhut, Adhaiva, Adhyajan, divinity dwelling in the heart of all beings as their witness, and they who possess of a steadfast mind know thus even at the hour of death, they know me alone. Thus in the Upanishad, sung by the Lord, the science of Brahm, the script of Yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjun ends the 7th chapter entitled The Yoga of Jnana and Vijnana.
प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय 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 प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की Chapter 8.
Arjuna said, Krishna, what is that Brahma? What is Adhyatma? What is karma? What is called Adibhuta? And what is termed Adideva? Krishna, who is Adiyagna, here and how does he dwell in the body? And how are you to be realized at the time of death by those of steadfast mind? Sri Bhagwan said, the supreme indestructible is Brahma, one's own self is called Adhyatma, and the primal, resolved of God, which brings forth the existence of beings is called karma. All perishable objects are Adibhuta, and the shining Purusa is Adideva, and in this body, I myself, dwelling as the inner witness, Adiyagna, O Arjuna. He who departs from the body, thinking of me alone, even at the time of death, attains my state, there is no doubt about it. Arjuna, thinking of whatever entity one leaves the body at the time of death, that and that alone one attains, being ever absorbed in its thought. Therefore, Arjuna, think of me at all times and fight. With mind and reason thus set on me, you will doubtless come to me. Arjuna, he who is with his mind disciplined through yoga in the form of practice of meditation and thinking of nothing else, constantly engaged in contemplation of God, attains the supreme effulgent divine Purusa. He who contemplates on the all-knowing, agingless being, the ruler of all subtler than the subtle, the universal sustainer, possessing a form beyond human conception, effulgent like the sun, and far beyond the darkness of ignorance. Having the power of yoga firmly held the life breath in the space between the two eyebrows, even at the time of death, and then contemplating on God and steadfast mind, full of devotion, he reaches verily that supreme divine Purusa. I shall tell you briefly about that supreme goal, God, who is an embodiment of truth, knowledge, and bliss, which knowers of the Veda term as the indestructible, which striving recluses, free from passion, merge into, and desiring with celibate, practice brahmacharya. Having controlled all the senses and firmly holding the mind in the heart, and the drawing life, breath to the head, and thus remaining steadfast in yogic conception on God, he who leaves the body and departs uttering the indestructible Brahma, Om, and dwelling on me in my absolute aspect, reaches the supreme goal. Arjuna, whosoever always and constantly thinks of me with my undivided mind, to that yogi ever absorbed in me, I am easily attainable.
Great soul, who have attained the highest perfection, having come to me, are no more subject to transitory rebirth, which is the abode of sorrow and transient by nature. Arjuna, all the worlds from Brahmlok, the heavenly realms of the creator Brahma, downwards are liable to birth and rebirth. But, O son of Kunti, on attaining me, there is no rebirth, for while I am beyond time, regions like Brahmlok, being conditioned by time, are transitory. Those yogis who know from realization Brahma's day as covering 1,000 Mahayug, and so his night as extending to another 1,000 Mahayug, know the reality about time. All embodied beings emanate from the unmanifest, that is Brahma's subtle body. At the coming of the cosmic day, at the cosmic nightfall, they merge into the same subtle body of Brahma, known as the unmanifest. Arjuna, this multitude of beings, being born again and again, is dissolved under compulsion and of its nature at the coming of the cosmic night, and rises again at the commencement of the cosmic day. Far beyond even the unmanifest, there is yet another unmanifest existence, that supreme divine person who does not perish even though all beings perish. The same unmanifest which has been spoken of as the indestructible is also called the supreme goal. That again is my supreme abode, attaining which they return not to this mortal world. Arjuna, that eternal unmanifest supreme Purusha, in whom all beings reside and by whom all this is pervaded, is attainable only through exclusive devotion. Arjuna, I shall now tell you the time, departing when yogis do not return, and also the time departing when they do return. Of the two parts, one is that in which are stationed the all-effulgent fire god and the deities presiding over daylight, the bright fortnight, and the 6 months of the northward course of the sun, respectively. Proceeding along it after death, yogis who have known Brahma, being successfully led by the abode god, finally reach Brahma. The other part is that wherein are stationed the gods presiding over smoke, night, and the dark fortnight, and the 6th month of the southward course of the sun. The yogi, devoted to action with an interested motive, taken to this path after death, is led by the abode God, one after another, and attaining the luster of the moon, and enjoying the fruits of his meritorious deeds in heaven, returns to the mortal world. For these two parts of the world, the bright and the dark, are considered to be eternal. Proceeding one by one of them, one reaches the supreme state from which there is no return. And proceeding by the other, one returns to the mortal world, becoming the subject to birth and death once more. Knowing thus the secret of these two parts, the son of Kunti, no yogi gets deluded. Therefore, Arjuna, at all times be steadfast in yoga, in the form of equanimity, that is striving constantly for my realization. The yogi, realizing this profound truth, doubtless transcends all the rewards enumerated for the study of the Vedas, as well as for the performance of sacrifices, austerities, and charities, and attains the supreme and primal state. Thus, in the Upanishads sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Shri Krishna and Arjuna ends the 8th chapter entitled The Yoga of the Indestructible Brahma.
प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। 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 प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की। Chapter 9.
Sri Bhagavan said, "To you, who are devoid of the coping spirits, I shall now unfold the most secret knowledge of Nirgun Brahma, along with the knowledge of manifest divinity, knowing which you shall be free from the evil of worldly existence. This knowledge of both the Nirgun and Sagun aspects of divinity is a sovereign science, a sovereign secret, supremely holy, most excellent, directly enjoyable, attended with virtue, very easy to practice, and imperishable. Arjun, people having no faith in this Dharma, failing to reach me, continue to revolve in the path of the world of birth and death. The whole of this universe is permeated by me as unmanifest divinity, like ice by water, and all beings dwell on the idea within me. But really speaking, I am not present in them. Nay, all those beings abide not in me, but behold the wonderful power of my divine yoga. Through the sustainer and creator of beings, myself in reality dwell not in those beings. Just as the extensive air, which is moving everywhere, being born of ether, ever remains in ether, likewise, know that all beings who have originated from my sankalp abide in me. Arjun, during the final dissolution, all beings enter my prakriti, the prime cause, and at the beginning of creation, I send them forth again. Wielding my nature, I procreate again and again, according to their respective karmas. All this multitude of beings subject to the sway of their own nature. Arjun, those actions, however, do not bind me, unattached as I am to such actions, and standing apart as it were. Arjun, under my aegis, nature brings forth the whole creation, consisting of both sentient and insentient beings. It is due to this cause that the wheel of samsara is going round. Not knowing my supreme nature, fools deride me, the overlord of the entire creation, who have assumed the human form. That is to say, they take me, who have appeared in human form through my Yogamaya, for deliverance of the world as an ordinary mortal. Those bewildered persons, with vain hopes, futile actions, and fruitless knowledge, have embraced a fiendish, demoniacal, and delusive nature. On the other hand, Arjun, great souls who have adopted the divine nature, knowing me as the prime source of all beings and the imperishable eternal, worship me constantly with one-pointedness of mind, constantly chanting my names and glories and striving for my realization and bowing again and again to me. Those devotees of firm resolve, ever united with me through meditation, worship me with single-minded devotion. Others who follow the path of knowledge betake themselves to me through yajna of knowledge, worshipping me in my absolute formless aspect as one with themselves, while still others worship me in my universal form, in many ways, taking me to be diverse in manifold celestial forms. I am the Vedic ritual, I am the sacrifice, I am the offering to the departed, I am the herbage and food grains, I am the sacred mantra, I am the clarified butter, I am the sacred fire, and I am verily the act of offering oblations into the fire. I am the sustainer and ruler of this universe, its father, mother, and grandfather, the one worth knowing, the purifier, the sacred syllable Om, and the three Vedas, Rik, Yajus, and Sama. I am the supreme goal, sustainer, Lord, witness, abode, refuge, well-wisher, seeking no return, origin and end, resting place, storehouse to which all beings return at the time of universal destruction, and the imperishable seed. I radiate heat as the sun, and hold back as well as send forth showers, Arjun. I am being immortality as well as death. Even so, I am being and also non-being. Those who perform action with some interested motive, as laid down in these three Vedas, and drink the sap of the Soma plants, and have thus been purged of sin, worshipping me through sacrifices, seek access to heaven, attaining Indra's paradise. As the result of their virtuous deeds, they enjoy the celestial pleasures of gods in heaven. Having enjoyed the extensive heaven world, they return to this world of mortals, on the stock of their merits being exhausted. Thus, devoted to the ritual with interested motive, recommended by the three Vedas as the means of attaining heavenly bliss and seeking worldly enjoyments, they repeatedly come and go. That is, ascend to heaven by virtue of their merits and return to earth when their fruit has been enjoyed. The devotees, however, who loving no one else, constantly think of me and worship me in a disinterested spirit. To those ever united in thought with me, I bring full security and personally attend to their needs. Arjun, even those devotees who, endowed with faith, worship other gods with some interested motive, worship me alone, though with a mistaken approach. For I am the enjoyer and also the Lord of all sacrifices. But they who do not know me in reality as the supreme deity, they fall, that is, return to life on earth. Those who are votaries of God go to gods. Those who are votaries of means reach the means. Those who adore the spirits reach the spirits. And those who worship me come to me alone. That is why my devotees are no longer subject to birth and death. Whosoever offers me with love a leaf, a flower, a fruit, or water, I appear in person before that selfless devotee of sinless mind and delightfully partake of that article offered by him with love. Arjun, whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever you offer as oblation to the sacred fire, whatever you bestow as a gift, whatever you do by way of penance, offer all that to me. With your mind thus established in the yoga of renunciation, offering of all actions to me, you will be freed from the bondage of action in the form of good and evil results. Thus freed from them, you will attain me. I am equally present in all beings. There is none hateful or dear to me. They, however, who devoutly worship me, abide in me, and I too stand revealed to them. Even if the vilest sinner worships me with exclusive devotion, he should be regarded a saint, for he has rightly resolved. He is positive in his belief that there is nothing like devoted worship of God. Speedily he becomes virtuous and attains abiding peace. Know it for certain, Arjun, that my devotee never perishes. Arjun, women, Vaisyas, members of the trading and agriculturist classes, Shudras, those belonging to the labor and artisan classes, as well as those of impious birth, such as the pariah. Whoever they may be, taking refuge in me, they too attain the supreme goal. How much more then, if they be holy Brahmanas and royal sages devoted to me, therefore having obtained this joyless and transient human life, constantly worship me. Fix your mind on me, be devoted for me, worship me, and make obeisance to me. Thus linking yourself with me and entirely depending on me, you shall come to me. Thus, in the Upanishad sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjun ends the 9th chapter entitled The Yoga of Sovereign Science and the Sovereign Secrets.
प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की जय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की। Chapter 10.
Sri Bhagavan said, Arjuna, hear once again my supreme word, which I shall speak to you, who are so loving, out of solicitude for your welfare. Neither gods nor the great sages know the secret of my birth, that is, my manifestation in human or other forms out of mere sport. For I am the prime cause in all respects of gods as well as of the great sages. He who knows me in reality as birthless and without beginning, and as the supreme Lord of the universe, he, undeluded among men, is purged of all sins.
Reason, right knowledge, unclouded understanding, forbearance, veracity, control over the senses and mind, joy and sorrow, evolution and dissolution, fear and fearlessness, non-violence, equanimity, contentment, austerity, charity, fame and obloquy, these diverse traits of creatures emanate from me alone. The 7 great seers, their 4 elders, Sanaka and others, and the 14 manas or progenitors of mankind, such as Swayambhuva and his successors, who are all devoted to me, were born of my will, to whom all these creatures belong. He who knows in reality this supreme divine glory and supernatural power of mine gets established in me through unfaltering devotion. Of this there is no doubt. I am the source of all creation, and everything in the world moves because of me. Knowing thus, the wise, full of devotion, constantly worship me.
With their minds fixed on me and their lives surrendered to me, conversing and enlightening one another about my glories, my devotees ever remain contented and take delight in me. On those ever united through meditation with me and worshiping me with love, I confer that yoga of wisdom through which they come to me. In order to bestow my compassion on them, I, dwelling in their hearts, dispelled their darkness, born of ignorance by the illuminating lamp of knowledge. Arjuna said, "You are the transcendent eternal, the supreme abode and the greatest purifier. All the seers speak of you as the eternal divine Purusa, the primal deity, unborn and all-pervading."
Likewise, speak the celestial sage Narad, the sages Asita and Divala, and the great sage Vyas, and yourself too proclaim this to me. Krishna, I believe as true all that you tell me. Lord, neither demons nor gods are aware of your manifestations. O creator of beings, O ruler of creatures, God of gods, the Lord of the universe, O supreme Purusha, you alone know what you are by yourself.
Therefore, you alone can describe in full your divine glories, whereby you pervade all these worlds. O Master of Yoga, through what process of continuous meditation shall I know you? And in what particular forms, O Lord, are you to be meditated upon by me? Krishna, tell me once more in detail your power of yoga and your glory. For I know no satiety in hearing your nectar-like words.
Sri Bhagwan said, Arjuna, now I shall tell you my permanent divine glories, for there is no limit to my manifestations. Arjuna, I am the universal self, seated in the hearts of all beings, so I alone am the beginning, the middle, and also the end of all beings. I am Vishnu, among the 12 sons of Aditi, and the radiant sun among the luminaries. I am the glow of the Maruts, the 49 wind gods, and the moon, the lord of the stars. Among the Vedas, I am the Samaveda. Among the gods, I am Indra. Among the organs of perception, that is, senses, I am the mind, and I am the consciousness, life energy in living beings.
Among the 11 Rudras, gods of destruction, I am Shiva, and among the Yakshas and Rakshas, I am the Lord of riches, Kubera. Among the 8 Vasus, I am the god of fire, and among the mountains, I am the Meru. Among the priests, Arjuna, know me to be their chief, Brihaspati. Among warrior chiefs, I am Skanda, the generalissimo of the gods. And among the reservoirs of water, I am the ocean. Among the great seers, I am Bhrigu. Among words, I am the sacred syllable Om. Among sacrifices, I am the sacrifice of Jap, muttering sacred formulas, and among the immovables, the Himalayas. Among all trees, I am Ashvata, the holy fig tree. Among the celestial sages, Narad. Among the Gandharvas, celestial musicians, Sitrata. And among the Siddhas, I am the sage Kapila.
Among horses, know me to be the celestial horse Ukashrav, begotten of the churning of the ocean, along with the nectar among mighty elephants, Aravata, Indra's elephant, and among men, the king. Among weapons, I am the thunderbolt. Among cows, I am the celestial cow, Kamadenu, the cow of plenty. I am the desire which leads to procreation as enjoyed by the scriptures. Among serpents, I am Vasuki. Among Nagas, a special class of serpents, I am the serpent god Ananta. And I am Varuna, the lord of aquatic creatures. Among the mains, I am Aryam, the head of the Pitus. And among rulers, I am Yama, the god of death. Among the deities, I am the great devotee Prahlada. And of calculators, I am time. Among quadrupeds, I am the lion. And among birds, I am Garuda. Among purifiers, I am the wind. Among warriors, I am Sri Rama. Among fishes, I am the shark. And among streams, I am the Ganges.
Arjuna, I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all creations. Of all knowledge, I am the knowledge of the soul. Among disputants, I am the right type of reasoning. Among the sounds represented by the various letters, I am A, the sound represented by the first letter of the alphabet. Of the different kinds of compounds in grammar, I am the copulative compound. I am verily the endless time, the devourer of time, God. I am the sustainer of all, having my face on all sides. I am the all-destroying death that annihilates all, and the origin of all that are to be born of femininities. I am Kirti, Shri, Vak, Smriti, Meda, and Dhriti, and Kusama, the goddesses presiding over glory, prosperity, speech, memory, intelligence, endurance, and forbearance, respectively.
Likewise, among the Shrutis that can be sung, I am the variety known as the Brahma,
while among the Vedic hymns, I am the hymn known as Gayatri. Again, among the 12 months of the Hindu calendar, I am the month known as Magasirsa, corresponding approximately to November-December, and among the 6 seasons successively appearing in India in the course of a year. I am the spring season.
I am gambling among deceitful practices and the glory of the glorious. I am the victory of the victorious, the resolve of the resolute, the goodness of the good. I am Krishna, among the Vrishnis, Arjuna, among the sons of Pandu, Vyas, among the sages, and the sage Shukrakarya.
among the wise. I am the subduing power of rulers.
I am the righteousness in those who seek to conquer things to be kept secret. I am the custodian in the shape of reticence, and I am the wisdom of the wise.
Arjuna, I am even that, which is the seed of all life. For there is no creature, moving or unmoving, which can exist without me. Arjuna, there is no limit to my divine manifestations. This is only a brief description by me of the extent of my glory. Every such beginning is glorious, brilliant, and powerful. Know that to be a part manifestation of my glory, or what you will gain by knowing all this in detail, Arjuna. Suffice it to say that I hold this entire universe by a fraction of my yogic power. Thus in the Upanishad, sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna ends the 10th chapter entitled The Yoga of Divine Glories.
प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय 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 प्रेम से श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की जय. Chapter 11.
Arjuna said, "Thanks to the most profound words of spiritual wisdom that you have spoken out of kindness to me, this delusion of mine has entirely disappeared. For Krishna, I have heard from you in detail an account of the evolution and dissolution of beings, and also your immortal glory. Lord, you are precisely what you declare yourself to be, but I long to see your divine form possessed of wisdom, glory, energy, strength, valor, and effulgence, O Purushottam, the Supreme Being. Krishna, if you think that it can be seen by me, then, O Lord of Yoga, reveal to me your imperishable form." Sri Bhagavan said, "Arjuna, behold my manifold, multifarious divine forms of various colors and shapes in their hundreds and thousands. Behold in me, Arjuna, the 12 sons of Aditis, the 8 Vasus, the 11 Rudras, god of destructions, the 2 Ashviniki Kumars, the twin-born physician of gods, the 49 Maruts, wind gods, and witness many more wonderful forms never seen before. Arjuna, behold as concentrated within this body of mine, the entire creation consisting of both the moving and the unmoving beings, and whatever else you desire to see. But surely you cannot see me with these physical eyes of yours. I vouchsafe to you the divine eyes. With this you behold my divine power of yoga." Sanjaya said, "My Lord, having spoken thus, Sri Krishna, the Supreme Master of Yoga, forthwith revealed to Arjuna his supremely glorious divine form. Arjuna saw the Supreme Deity possessing many mouths and eyes, presenting many a wonderful sight, decked with many divine ornaments, wielding many uplifted divine weapons, wearing divine garlands and vestments, anointed all with divine fragrances, full of all wonders, infinite, and having faces on all sides. If there be the effulgence of 1,000 suns bursting forth all at once in the heavens, even that would hardly approach the splendor of the mighty Lord. Concentrated at one place in the person of that supreme deity, Arjuna then beheld the whole universe with its manifold divisions. Then Arjuna, full of wonder and with the hair standing on end, reverentially bowed his head to the divine Lord and with folded arms addressed to him thus. Arjuna said, Lord, I behold within your body all gods and hosts of different beings, Brahma throned on his lotus seat, Shiva and all rishis and celestial serpents. O Lord of the universe, I see you endowed with numerous arms, bellies, mouths, and eyes, and having innumerable forms extended on all sides. O Lord, manifested in the form of the universe, I see neither your beginning, nor middle, nor even your end. I see you endowed with diadem, clubs, and discus, a mass of splendor growing all round, having the brilliance of a blazing fire and the sun, hard to gaze at immeasurable on all sides. You are the supreme indestructible, worthy being known. You are the ultimate refuge of this universe. You are again the protector of the ageless Dharma. I consider you to be the eternal, imperishable being. I see you without beginning, middle, or end, possessing unlimited prowess and endowed with numberless arms, having the moon and the sun for your eyes, and blazing fire for your mouth, and scorching this universe by your radiance. Yonder space between heaven and earth and all the quarters are entirely filled by you alone. Seeing this transcended, dreadful form of yours, O soul of the universe, all the three worlds feel greatly perturbed. Yonder host of gods, entering you, some with palms joined out of fear, are recounting your names and glories. Multitudes of Maharishis and Siddhas, saying, Let there be peace, are extolling you by means of excellent hymns. The 11 Rudras, 12 Adityas, and 8 Vasus, the Sadyas, the Vishvadevas, the 2 Ashviniki Kumars, the 49 Maruts, as well as the mains, and multitudes of Gandharvas, Yakshas, Asuras, and Siddhas, all these gaze upon you in amazement. Lord, seeing this stupendous and dreadful form of yours, possessing numerous mouths and eyes, many arms, thighs, and feet, many bellies, and many teeth, the worlds are terror-struck, so am I. Lord, seeing your form reaching the heavens, effulgent, multicolored, having its mouth wide open, and possessing large flaming eyes, I, with my inmost self frightened, having lost self-control, and find no peace. Seeing your faces, frightful on account of teeth, therein and blazing like the fire, at the time of universal destruction, I am utterly bewildered and find no happiness. Therefore, have mercy on me, O Lord of celestials, O Abdud of the universe. All these sons of Dhritarashtra's with host of kings are entering you. Bhishma, Drona, and yonder Karna, with the principal warriors on our side as well, are rushing headlong into your fearful mouths, looking all the more terrible on account of the teeth. Some are seen stuck up in the gaps between your teeth with their heads crushed. As the myriad streams of river rush towards the sea alone, so do these warriors of mortal world enter your flaming mouths. As moths rush with the great speed into the blazing fire of extinction out of moha, even so all these people are with great rapidity entering your mouths to meet their doom. Devouring all the worlds through your flaming mouths and licking them on all sides, O Lord Vishnu, your fiery rays fill the whole universe with their fierce radiance and are scorching it. Tell me who you are with a form so terrible. My obeisance to you, O best of gods, be kind to me. I wish to know you, the primal being, in particular, for I know not what you intend to do. Sri Bhagavan said, I am mighty Kala, the eternal time spirit, the destroyer of the worlds. I am out to exterminate these people. Even without you, all these warriors arrayed in the enemy's camp shall die. Therefore, do you arise and win glory, conquering foes, enjoy the affluent kingdom. These warriors stand already slain by me. Be you only an instrument, Arjuna. Do kill Drona and Bhishma and Jayadratha and Karna and other brave warriors who already stand, killed by me. Fear not. Fight, and you will surely conquer the enemies in the war. Sanjaya said, hearing these words from Bhagavan Keshava, Arjuna, trembling, bowed to him with joined palms and bowing again in extreme terror, spoke to Sri Krishna in faltering accents. Arjuna said, Lord, while it is the universe exalts and is filled with love by chanting your names, virtues, and glories, terrified Rakshasas are fleeing in all directions, and all the hosts of siddhas are bowing to you. O great soul, why should they not bow to you, who are the progenitor of Brahma himself and the greatest of the great? O infinite Lord, O celestials, O Abdud of the universe, you are that which is existent, Sat, which is non-existent, Asat, and also that is which beyond both, that is the indestructible Brahma. You are the primal deity of the most ancient person. You are the ultimate resort of this universe. You are both the knower and the knowable and the highest Abdud. It is you who pervade the universe, O one assuming endless form. You are Vayu, the wind god, Yama, the god of death, Agni, the god of fire, Varuna, the god of water, the moon god, Brahma, the lord of creation, nay, the father of Brahma himself. Hail, hail to you 1,000 times. Salutation repeated, salutations to you once again. O Lord of infinite prowess, my salutations to you from the front and from behind. O soul of all, my obeisance to you from all sides indeed. You who possess the infinite might pervade all. Therefore, you are all. The way in which I have importunately called you, either through intimacy or thoughtlessly, Ho Krishna, Ho Yavada, Ho Comrade, and so on, unaware of the greatness of yours, and thinking you only to be friends, and the way in which, O Acuta, the fallible, you have been slighted by me in jest, while at play, reposing, sitting, or at meals, either alone or even in the presence of others. For all that, O immeasurable Lord, I crave forgiveness from you. You are the Father of this moving and unmoving creation, nay, the greatest teacher, worthy of adoration. O Lord of incomparable minds, in all the three worlds, there is none else even equal to you. How then can anyone be greater than you? Therefore, Lord, prostrating my body at your feet and bowing low, I seek to propitiate you, the ruler of all and worthy of all praise. It behoves you to bear with me, even as a father bears with his son, a friend with his friend, and a husband with his beloved spouse. Having seen your wondrous form, which was never seen before, I feel transported with joy. At the same time, my mind is tormented by fear. Prayer revealed to me that divine form of Vishnu with 4 arms. O Lord of celestials, O Abdud of the universe, be gracious. I wish to see you adorned in the same way with diadem on the head and holding a mace and a discus in 2 of your hands. O Lord, with 1,000 arms, O universal being, appear again in the same 4-armed form. Sri Bhagavan said, Arjuna, please, with you I have shown you, through my power of yoga, this supreme, effulgent, primal, and infinite cosmic form, which I've never seen before by anyone other than you. Arjuna, in this mortal world, I cannot be seen in this form by anyone other than you, either through the study of the Vedas, or by rituals, or again through gifts, actions, or austere penances. Seeing such a dreadful form of minds as this, do not be perturbed or perplexed with a fearless and tranquil mind. Behold once again the same 4-armed form, mind bearing the conch, discus, mace, and the lotus. Sanjaya said, having spoken thus to Arjuna, Bhagavan Vasudeva again revealed to him his own 4-armed form, and then, assuming a genial form, the high soul Sri Krishna consoled the frightened Arjuna. Arjuna said, Krishna, seeing this gentle human form of yours, I have regained my composure and armed my own self again. Sri Bhagavan said, this form of mine with 4 arms, which you have just seen, is exceedingly difficult to behold. Even the gods are always eager to see this form. Neither by study of the Vedas, nor by penance, nor again by charity, nor even by rituals, can I be seen in this form with 4 arms as you have seen me. Through single-minded devotion, however, I can be seen in this form with 4 arms, nay, known in essence, and have even entered into, O valiant Arjuna. Arjuna, he who performs his duties for my sake, depends on me, is devoted to me, has no attachment, and is free from malice towards all being, reaches me. Thus, in this Upanishad sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of Yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna, ends the 11th chapter entitled The Yoga of the Vision of the Universal Form.
प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय 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 श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की जय. Chapter 12.
Arjuna said, the devotees exclusively and constantly devoted to you, in the manner stated just earlier, adore you as possessed of form and attributes, and those who adore as the supreme reality only the indestructible and manifest Brahma, who is truth, knowledge, and bliss solidified. Of these 2 types of worshippers, who are the best knowers of yoga? Sri Bhagavan said, I consider them to be the best yogis, who endowed with the supreme faith and ever united through meditation with me, worship me with their mind centered on me. Those, however, who fully controlling all their senses and even-minded towards all, and devoted to the welfare of all beings, constantly adore as their very self the unthinkable, omnipresent, indestructible, indefinable, eternal, immovable, unmanifest, and changeless Brahma, they too come to me. Of course, the strain is greater for those who have their mind attached to the unmanifest, as attunement with the unmanifest is attained with difficulty by the body-conscious people. On the other hand, those depending exclusively on me and surrendering all actions to me Worship me, God with attributes, constantly meditating on me with single-minded devotion. Them, Arjun, I speedily deliver from the ocean of birth and death, their mind being fixed on me. Therefore, fix your mind on me and establish your intellect in me alone. Thereafter, you will abide solely in me. There is no doubt about it. If you cannot steadily fix the mind on me, Arjun, then seek to attain me through the yoke of practice. If you are unequal even to the pursuit of such practice, be intent to work for me, you shall attain perfection in the form of my realization, even by performing actions for my sake. If taking recourse to the yoke of my realization, you are unable to even to do this, then subduing your mind and intellect, etc., relinquish the fruit of all actions. Knowledge is better than practice without discernment. Meditation on God is superior to knowledge, and renunciation of fruit of actions is even superior to meditation. For peace immediately follows renunciation. He who is free from malice towards all beings, friendly and compassionate, and free from the feelings of I and mine, balanced in joy and sorrow, forgiving by nature, ever contented and mentally united with me, nay, who has subdued his mind, senses, and body, has a firm resolve and surrendered his mind and reason to me. That devotee of mine is dear to me. He who is not a source of annoyance to his fellow creatures and who in his return does not feel vexed with his fellow creatures and who is free from delight and envy, perturbation and fear is dear to me. He who expects nothing, who is both internally and externally pure, is wise and impartial, and has risen above all distractions, and who renounces the sense of doership in all undertakings. Such a devotee of mine is dear to me. He who neither rejoices, nor hates, nor grieves, nor desires, and who renounces both good and evil actions, and is full of devotion, is dear to me. He who deals equally with friend and foe, and is the same in honor and ignominy, who is alike in heat and cold, pleasure and pain, and other contrary experiences, and is free from attachment. He who takes praise and reproach alike is given contemplation and is contented with any means of subsistence available, entertaining no sense of ownership and attachment in respect of his dwelling place, and is full of devotion to me. That person is dear to me. Those devotees, however, who partake in a disinterested way of this nectar of pious wisdom, set forth and endowed with faith and solely devoted to me, they are extremely dear to me. Thus, in the Upanishads sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of Yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjun ends the 12th chapter entitled The Yoga of Devotion.
प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की जय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। 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 श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की। Chapter 13.
Shri Bhagavan said, "This body, Arjun, is termed as the field Kshetra, and he who knows it is called the knower of the field kshetrajna by the sages discerning the truth about both. Know myself to be the kshetrajna, individual soul in all the kshetras, fields, Arjun, and it is the knowledge of the field kshetra and knower kshetrajna, that is, of matter with its evolutes and the spirits, which I consider as true knowledge. What the field kshetra is and what it is like, what are its modifications, and from what causes what effects have sprung, and also who its knower kshetrajna is and what is his glory. Hear all this from me in brief. The truth about the kshetra and the kshetrajna has been expounded by the seers in manifold ways. Again, it has been separately stated in different Vedic chants and also in the conclusive and reasoned texts of the Brahma Sutras. The five elements, the ego, the intellect, the unmanifest, primordial matter, the 10 organs of perception and action, the mind, and the 5 objects of sense, sound, touch, color, taste, and smell. Also desire, aversion, pleasure, pain, the physical body, consciousness, firmness. Thus is the kshetra, which, with its evolutes briefly stated.
Absence of pride, freedom from hypocrisy, non-violence, forbearance, uprightness of speech and mind, etc. Devout service of the preceptor, internal and external purity, steadfastness of mind and control of body, mind and the senses. Dispassion towards the objects of enjoyment of this world and the next, and also absence of egotism, pondering again and again on the pain and evils inherent in birth, death, old age, and disease. Absence of attachment and the sense of mindness in respect of son, wife, home, etc., and constant equipoise of mind both in favorable and unfavorable circumstances. Unflinching devotion to me through exclusive attachment, living in secluded and holy places, and finding no delight in the company of worldly people. Constancy in self-knowledge and seeking God as the object of true knowledge. All this is declared as knowledge, and what is contrary to this is called ignorance. I shall speak to you at length about that which ought to be known, and knowing, one attains supreme bliss, that supreme Brahma, who is the Lord of the two beginningless entities, Prakriti and Jiva, is said to be neither Sat, being, nor Asat, non-being.
It has hands and feet on all sides, eyes, head and mouth in all directions, and ears all round, for it stands, pervading all in the universe. Though perceiving all sense objects, it is really speaking devoid of all senses. Nay, though unattached, it is the sustainer of all nonetheless, and though attributeless, it is the enjoyer of gunas, the 3 modes of Prakriti. It exists without and within all beings and constitutes the animate and inanimate creation as well. And by reason of its subtlety, it is incomprehensible. It is close at hand and stands afar too. Though integral like space in its undivided aspect, it appears divided as it were in all animate and inanimate beings. And that Godhead, which is the only object worth knowing, is the sustainer of being as Vishnu, the destroyer as Rudra, and the creator of all as Brahma. That supreme Brahma is said to be the light of all lights and entirely beyond Maya. That Godhead is knowledge itself worth knowing and worth attaining through real wisdom, and is particularly abiding in the hearts of all. Thus, the truth of the kshetra and knowledge, as well as of the object worth knowing, God has been briefly discussed. Knowing this in reality, my devotee enters into my being.
Prakriti and Purush know both these as beginningless, and know all modifications such as likes and dislikes, etc., and all objects constituted of the 3 gunas as born of Prakriti. Prakriti is said to be responsible for bringing forth the evolutes and the instruments, while the individual soul is declared to be responsible for the experience of joys and sorrows. Only the Purush is associated with Prakriti, experiences objects of the nature of the 3 gunas evolved from Prakriti, and it is attachment with these gunas that is responsible for the birth of the soul in good and evil wombs. The spirit dwelling in this body is really the same as the Supreme. He has been spoken of as the witness, the true guide, the sustainer of all, the experiencer, as the embodied soul, the overlord, and the absolute as well. He who thus knows the Purush, spirit, and Prakriti, nature, together with the gunas, even though performing his duties in every way, is not born again. Some, by meditation, uphold the Supreme Spirit in the heart with the help of their refined and sharp intellect. Others realize it through the discipline of knowledge, and still others through the discipline of action, that is, karma yoga.
Other dull-witted persons, however, not knowing thus, worship even as they have heard from others. And even those who are thus devoted to what they have heard are able to cross the ocean of mundane existence in the shape of death. Arjun, whatsoever being, moving or unmoving, is born, know it as emanated through the union of Kshetra, matter, and the Kshetrajna, spirit. He alone truly sees who sees the Supreme Lord as imperishable and abiding equally in all perishable beings, both animate and inanimate. For by seeing the Supreme Lord equally present in all, he does not kill the self by himself, and thereby attains the supreme state. He who sees that all actions are performed in every way by nature, Prakriti, and the self as the non-doer, he alone verily sees. The moment man perceives the diversified existence of beings as rooted in the one Supreme Spirit and the spreading forth of all beings from the same, that very moment he attains Brahma, who is truth, consciousness, and bliss solidified.
Arjun, being without beginning and without attributes, this indestructible spirit, Supreme Spirit, though dwelling in the body, in fact has nothing nor gets tainted. As the all-pervading ether is not contaminated by reason of its subtlety, through permeating the body, the self is not affected by the attributes of the body due to its attributeless character.
Arjun, as the one sun illumines this entire universe, so the one Atma, spirit, illumines the whole Kshetra field. Those who thus perceive with the eye of wisdom the difference between the Kshetra and the Kshetrajna, and the phenomenon of liberation from Prakriti with her evolutes, reach the supreme eternal spirit. Thus, in the Upanishad sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of Yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjun, ends the 13th chapter entitled The Yoga of Discrimination Between the Field and the Knower of the Field.
Prem se bol Shri Govind Krishna Bhagwan ki. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. 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 Shri Govind Krishna Bhagwan ki jai. Chapter 14.
More the supreme knowledge, the best of all knowledge, acquiring which all sages have attained highest performance, being liberated from this.
Mundane existence.
Those who, by practicing this knowledge, have entered into my being, are not born again at the cosmic dawn, nor feel disturbed during the cosmic dissolution. Laya. My primordial nature, known as the great Brahma, is the womb of all creatures. In that womb, I place the seed of all life. The creation of all beings follows the union of that matter and spirit, O Arjuna. Of all embodied beings that appear at all species and various kinds, Arjuna, Prakriti, and Nitya, is the conceiving mother, while I am the seed-giving father. Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, these three gunas born of Nitya, tie down the imperishable soul to the body, Arjuna. Of these, Sattva, being immaculate, is illuminating and flawless. Arjuna, it binds through attachment to happiness and knowledge. Arjuna,
You this one and you this one.
know the quality of Rajas, which is of the nature of passion, as born of desire and attachment. It binds the soul through attachment to actions and their fruit. And know Tamas, the deluder of all those who look upon the body as their own soul, as born of ignorance. It binds the soul through error, sleep, and sloth, Arjun. Sattva draws one to joy and Rajas to action, while Tamas, clouding wisdom, impels one to error, sleep, and sloth, Arjuna. Overpowering Rajas and Tamas, Arjuna.
overpowering Rajas and Tamas, Arjuna, Sattva prevails. Overpowering Sattva and Tamas, Rajas prevails. Even so, overpowering Sattva and Rajas, Tamas prevails. When light and discernment dawn in his body, as well as in the mind and senses, then one should know that Sattva is predominant. With the preponderance of Rajas, Arjuna, greed, activity, undertaking of action, and with interested motives, relentlessness, and the thirst for enjoyment makes their appearance. With the growth of Tamas, Arjuna, objectiveness of the mind and the senses, disinclination to perform one's obligatory duties, frivolity, and stupor, all these appear. When a man dies during the preponderance of sattva, he obtains the stainless eternal worlds, heaven, etc., attained by men of noble deeds. Dying when Rajas predominates, he is born amongst those attached to action. Even so, the man who has expired during the preponderance of tamas is reborn in the species of the deluded creatures, such as insects and beasts, etc. The reward of a righteous act, they say, is sattvika, that is, faultlessness in the form of joy, wisdom, and dispassion, etc. Sorrow is declared to be the fruit of rajasika, acts and ignorance, the fruit of a tamasika act. Wisdom follows from sattva, and greed undoubtedly from rajas. Likewise, obstinate error, stupor, and also ignorance follow from tamas. Those who abide in the quality of sattva wend their way upwards, while those of rajasika disposition stay in the middle, and those of a tamasika temperament, enveloped as they are in the effects of tamaguna, sink down. When the discerning person sees that no one as doer other than the three gunas and realizes me, the Supreme Spirit, standing entirely beyond these gunas, he enters into my being. Having transcended the aforesaid three gunas, which have caused the body and freed from birth, death, old age, and all kinds of sorrow, the embodied soul attains supreme bliss. Arjuna said, "What are the marks of him who has risen above the three gunas, and what is his conduct? And how, Lord, does he rise above the three gunas?" Sri Bhagavad said, "Arjuna, he whose abhorish not illumination, which is born from sattva, and activity, which is born from rajas, and even stupor, which is born from tamas when prevalent, nor longs for them when they have ceased. He who, sitting like a witness, is not disturbed by the gunas, and who, knowing that the gunas alone move among the gunas, remains established in the identity with God, and never falls off from that state. He who is ever established in the self takes pain and pleasure alike, regards a clod of earth, a stone, and a piece of gold as equal in value, is possessed of wisdom, accepts the pleasant as well as the unpleasant in the same spirit, and views censure and praise alike. He who is equipoised in honor of ignominy is alike towards a friend or an enemy, and has renounced the sense of doership in all undertakings, is said to have risen above the three gunas. He too who constantly worships me through the yoga of exclusive devotion, transcending the three gunas, he becomes eligible for attaining Brahma. For I am the substratum of the imperishable Brahma, of immortality, of the eternal Dharma, and the unending immutable bliss. Thus, in the Apandasad sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of Yoga, and the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna ends the 14th chapter, entitled The Yoga of Division of the Three Gunas.
प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की जय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की जय। Chapter 15.
Sri Bhagavan said, "He who knows the pipala tree in the form of creation, which is said to be imperishable with its roots in the primeval being, God, whose stem is represented by Brahma, the creator, and whose leaves are the Vedas, is a knower of the purport of the Vedas. Fed by the three gunas and having sense objects for the tender leaves, the branches of the aforesaid tree, in the shape of the different orders of creation, extend both downwards and upwards, and its roots, which bind the soul according to its actions in the human body, are spread in all regions, higher as well as lower. The nature of this tree of creation does not, on mature thought, turn out what it is represented to be, for it has neither beginning nor end, nor even stability. Therefore, felling this pipila tree, which is most firmly rooted with the formidable acts of dispassion. Thereafter, a man should diligently seek for the supreme state, that is God, having attained to which they return no more to this world, and having fully resolved that his stands dedicated to that primeval being, himself from whom the flow of this beginningless creation has progressed, he should dwell and meditate on him. They who are free from pride and delusion, who have conquered the evil of attachment, and are in eternal union with God, whose cravings have altogether ceased, and who are completely immune from all pairs of opposites, going by the names of pleasure and pain, and are undiluted, attain the supreme immortal state. Neither the sun, nor the moon, nor fire can illumine the supreme self-effulgent state, attaining to which they never return to this world. That is my supreme abode. The eternal Jivatma in this body is a fragment of my own being, and it is that alone which draws around itself the mind and the five senses which abide in Prakriti. Even as the wind wafts scents from their seat, so too the Jivatma, which is the controller of the body, etc., taking the mind and the senses from the body, which it leaves behind, forthwith migrates to the body which it acquires. It is while dwelling in the senses of hearing, sight, touch, taste, and smell, as well as in the mind, that this Jivatma enjoys the objects of senses. The ignorant know not the soul departing from, or dwelling in the body, or enjoying the objects of senses, i.e., even when it is connected with the three gunas. Only those endowed with the eyes of wisdom are able to realize it.
Striving yogis are able to realize this self-enshrined in their heart. The ignorant, however, whose heart has not been purified, know not this self in spite of their best endeavors. The radiance in the sun that illumines the entire world, and that which shines in the moon, and that which shines in the fire too, know the radiance to be mine. And permeating the soul, it is I who support all creatures by my vital energy. And becoming the sapful moon, I nourish all plants. Taking the form of fire as Vesvara, lodged in the body of all creatures, and united with the prana and upana breeds, it is I who digests and assimilates the 4 kinds of food. It is I who remains seated in the hearts of all creatures as the inner controller of all, and it is I who am the source of memory, knowledge, and the ratiocinative faculty. Again, I am the only object worth knowing through the Vedas. I alone am the father of Vedanta and the knower of the Vedas too. The perishable and the imperishable too, these are 2 kinds of purusas in this world. Of these, the bodies of all beings are spoken of as the perishable, while the jivatma, or the embodied soul, is called imperishable. Yet the Supreme Person is other than these, who have encompassed all the 3 worlds, upholds and maintains all, and has been spoken of as the imperishable Lord and the Supreme Spirit. Since I am wholly beyond the perishable world of matter or kshetra, and am superior even to the imperishable soul, Jivatma, hence I am known as the Purushottama, the Supreme Self in the world as well as in the Vedas. Arjuna, the wise man who has thus realized me as the Supreme Person, knowing all, he constantly worships me, the all-pervading Lord, with his whole being. Arjuna, this most esoteric teaching has thus been imparted by me. Grasping it in the essence, man becomes wise and his mission in life is accomplished. Thus, in the Upanishad song of the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of yoga, and the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna ends the 15th chapter entitled The Yoga of the Supreme Person.
प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की जय। Chapter 16.
Absolute fearlessness, perfect purity of mind, constant fixity in the yoga of meditation for the sake of self-realization, and even so, charity in its sattvika form, control of the senses, worship of God and other deities, as well as one's elders, including the performance of Agnihotra, pouring oblations into the sacred fire and other sacred deities, the study and teaching of the Vedas and other sacred books, as well as the chanting of God's names and glories, suffering hardships for the discharge of one's sacred obligations, and uprightness of mind as well as the body and senses, non-violence in thought, word and deed, truthfulness and geniality of speech, absence of anger, even on provocation, disclaiming doership in respect of actions, quietude or composure of mind, abstaining from slander, compassion towards all creatures, absence of attachment to the objects of senses even during contact with the senses, mildness, a sense of shame in transgressing the scriptural or social conventions and abstaining from frivolous pursuits, sublimity, forgiveness, fortitude, external purity, bearing enmity to none, and absence of self-esteem. These are, O Arjuna, the marks of him who is born with divine endowments. Hypocrisy, arrogance, pride and anger, sternness and ignorance too. These are the marks of him who is born with demoniac properties. The divine endowment has been recognized as conducive to liberation, and the demoniac one as leading to bondage. Grieve not, Arjuna, for you are born with these divine propensities. There are only two types of men in this world. Arjuna, the one possessing a divine nature and the other possessing a demoniac disposition. Of these, the type possessing divine nature has been dealt with at length. Now hear in detail from me about the type possessing demoniac disposition. Men possessing a demoniac disposition know not what is right activity and what is right abstinence from activity. Hence they possess neither purity, external or internal, nor good conduct, nor even truthfulness. Men of demoniac disposition say this world is without any foundation, absolutely unreal and godless, brought forth by mutual union of male and female, and hence conceived in lust. What else than this? Clinging to this false view, these slow-witted men of a vile disposition and terrible deeds are enemies of mankind, bent on destruction and of the world. Cherishing insatiable desires and embracing false doctrines through ignorance, these men of impure conduct move in this world full of hypocrisy, pride, and arrogance, giving themselves up innumerable cares, ending only with death. They remain devoted to the enjoyment of sensuous pleasures and are firm in their belief that this is the highest limit of joy. Held in bondage by hundreds of ties of expectation and wholly giving themselves up to lust and anger, they strive to amass by unfair means hoards of money and other objects for the enjoyment of sensuous pleasures. They say to themselves, "This much has been secured by me today, and now I shall realize this ambition. So much wealth is already with me, and yet again this shall be mine." The enemy has been slain by me, and I shall kill those others too. I am the Lord of all, the enjoyer of all power. I am endowed with all occult powers, and am mighty and happy. I am wealthy and own a large family. Who else is equal to me? I will sacrifice to gods, will give alms, I will make merry. Thus deluded by the ignorance enveloped in the mesh of delusion, they are addicted to the enjoyment of sensuous pleasures, their mind bewildered by numerous thoughts. These men of devilish dispositions fall into the foulness of hell. Intoxicated by wealth and honor, those self-conceited and haughty men perform sacrifices only in the name of ostentation, without following the sacred rituals. Given over to egotism by brute force, arrogance, lust and anger, etc., and calumniating others, they despise me, the indweller, dwelling in their own bodies as in those of others. Those haters, sinful, cruel, and vilest amongst men, I cast again and again into demoniacal wombs in this world. Failing to reach me, Arjuna, those stupid persons are born life after life in demoniac wombs, and then verily sink down to a still lower plane. Desire, anger, and greed, these triple gates of hell bring about the downfall of the soul. Therefore, one should shun all these three. Freed from these three gates of hell,
man works his own salvation and thereby
against
attains
the supreme goal, that is God. Discarding the injunctions of the scriptures, he who acts in an arbitrary way, according to his own sweet will, such a person neither attains occult powers, nor the supreme goal, nor even happiness. Therefore, the scripture alone is your guide in determining what should be done and what should not be done.
Knowing this, you ought to perform only such action as ordained by the scriptures. Thus, in the Upanishad sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of Yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna ends the 16th chapter entitled The Yoga of Division Between the Divine and the Demoniacal Properties.
प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की जय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की
जय।
जय। Chapter 17.
Arjuna said, "Those who, endowed with faith, worship gods, and others casting aside the injunctions of the scriptures, where do they stand, Krishna? In sattva, rajas, or tamas?" Sri Bhagavan said, "That untutored, innate faith of men is of three kinds: sattvika, rajasic, and tamasic. Hear of it from me. The faith of all men conforms to their mental constitution, Arjuna. This man consists of faith, whatever the nature of his faith. He is verily that. Men of sattvic disposition worship gods. Those of a rajasic temperament worship demigods and demons, while others who are men of a tamasic disposition worship the spirits of the dead and groups of ghosts. Men who practice dire penance of an arbitrary type, not sanctioned by the scriptures, and who are full of hypocrisy and egotism, and who are obsessed with desire, attachment, and pride of power, and who emaciate the elements constituting their body as well as me, the Supreme Spirit, dwelling in their heart, know these senseless people to have a demoniac disposition. Food also, which is agreeable to different men, according to their innate disposition, is of three kinds. And likewise, sacrifice, penance, and charity too are of three kinds each. Here, their distinction as follows. Foods which promote longevity, intelligence, vigor, health, happiness, and cheerfulness, and which are sweet, bland, substantial, and naturally agreeable, are dear to the sattvic type of men. Foods which are bitter, acid, salty, overhot, pungent, dry, and burning, and which cause suffering, grief, and sickness, are dear to the rajasic type of men. Food which is half-cooked or half-ripe, insipid, putrid, stale, and polluted, and which is impure too, is dear to men of a tamasic disposition. The sacrifice which is offered as ordained by scriptural injunctions by men who expect no return and who believe that such sacrifices must be performed is sattvic in character. That sacrifice, however, which is offered for the sake of mere show, or even with an eye to its fruit, know it to be rajasic, Arjuna. A sacrifice which has no respect for scriptural injunctions, in which no food is offered, and no sacrificial fees are paid, which is without sacred chant and devoid of faith, is said to be tamasic. Worship of gods, the Brahmans, one's elders and wise men, purity, straightforwardness, continence, and harmlessness. This is called bodily penance. Words which cause no annoyance to others and are truthful, agreeable, and wholesome, as well as the study of the Vedas and other shastras, and the practice of repetition of the divine name. This is known as austerity of speech. Cheerfulness of mind, placidity, habit of contemplation on God, control of the mind, and perfect purity of inner feelings, all this is called austerity of the mind. This threefold penance, performed with supreme faith, by yogis, expecting no return, is called sattvic. The penance, which is performed for the sake of renown, honor, and worship, as well as for any other selfish gain, either in all sincerity or by way of ostentation, and yields an uncertain and momentary fruit, has been spoken of here as rajasic. Austerity, which is practiced through perversity and is accompanied with self-mortification, or is intended to harm others, such austerity has been declared as tamasic. A gift which is bestowed with a sense of duty on one who is no benefactor, when a fit place, suitable time, and a deserving person are available, that gift has been pronounced as sattvic. A gift which is bestowed in a grudging spirit and with the object of getting a service in return, or in the hope of obtaining a reward, is called rajasic. A gift which is made without good grace and in a disdainful spirit, out of time and place, and to undeserving persons, is said to be tamasic. Om, Tat, and Sat, this has been declared as the threefold appellation of the Absolute, who is truth, consciousness, and bliss solidified. By that were the Brahmans and the Vedas, as well as the sacrifices created at the cosmic dawn. Therefore, acts of sacrifice, charity, and austerity, as enjoined by sacred precepts, are always commenced by noble souls, given to the recitation of Vedic chants with utterance of the divine name, Om. With the idea that all this belongs to God, who is denoted by the appellation Tat, acts of sacrifice and austerity, as well as acts of charity of various kinds, are performed by the seekers of blessedness, expecting no return for them. The name of God, Sat, is employed in the sense of truth and goodness, and the word Sat is also used in the sense of a praiseworthy act. Arjuna. And the steadfastness in sacrifice, austerity, and charity is likewise spoken of as Sat. An action for the sake of God is verily termed as Sat. An oblation which is offered, a gift given, and austerity practiced, and whatever good deed is performed without faith, it is all termed as naught. Therefore, it is of no avail here or hereafter. Thus, in the Upanishad sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of Yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna ends the 17th chapter entitled The Yoga of the Division of the Threefold Faith.
Prem se bol Shri Govind Krishna Bhagwan ki jai. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Prem se bol Shri Govind Krishna Bhagwan ki jai. Chapter 18.
Arjun said, O mighty armed Sri Krishna, O inner controller of all, O slayer of Keshi, I wish to know severally the truth of samnyas as also of tyaga. Sri Bhagwan said, some sages understand samnyas as the giving up of all actions motivated by desire, and the wise declare that tyaga consists in relinquishing the fruit of all actions. Some wise men declare that all actions contain a measure of evil and are therefore worth giving up, while others say that acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance are not to be shunned. Of samnyas and tyaga, first, hear my conclusion on the subject of renunciation. Arjun. For renunciation, O tiger among men, has been declared to be of three kinds: sattvic, rajasic, and tamasic. Acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance are not worth giving up. They must be performed. For sacrifice, charity, and penance, All these are purifiers to the wise men. Hence, these acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance, and all other acts of duty too, must be performed without attachment and expectation of reward. This is my well-considered and supreme verdict, Arjun. Prohibited acts and those that are motivated by desire should no doubt be given up, but it is not advisable to abandon a prescribed duty. Such abandonment out of ignorance has been declared as tamasic. Should anyone give up his duties for fear of physical strain, thinking that all actions are verily painful, practicing such rajasic form of renunciation, he does not reap the fruit of renunciation. A prescribed duty which is performed simply because it has to be performed, giving up attachment and fruit, that alone has been recognized as a sattvic form of renunciation. He who has neither aversion for action, which is leading to bondage, nor attachment to that which is conducive to blessedness, imbued with the quality of goodness, he has all his doubts resolved, is intelligent, and a man of true renunciation. Since all actions cannot be given up in their entirety by anyone possessing a body, he alone who renounces the fruit of actions is called a man of renunciation. Agreeable, disagreeable, and mixed, threefold indeed, is the fruit that accrues after death from the actions of the unrenouncing, but there is none whatsoever for those who have renounced. In the branch of learning known as Sankhya, which prescribes means for neutralizing all actions, the 5 factors have been mentioned as contributory to the accomplishment of all actions. Know them all from me, Arjun.
The following are the factors operating towards the accomplishment of actions, viz. The body and the doer, the organs of different kinds and the different functions of manifold kinds. And the 5th is diver, latencies of past actions. These 5 are the contributory causes of whatever actions, prescribed or prohibited, man performs with the mind, speech, and body. Notwithstanding this, however, he who having an impure mind regards the absolute taintless self alone as the doer, that man of perverse understanding does not view aright. He whose mind is free from the sense of doership and whose reason is not affected by worldly objects and activities does not really kill, even having killed all these people, nor does any sin accrue to him. The knower, knowledge, and object of knowledge. These 3 motivate action. Even so, the doer, organs, and activities. These are the 3 constituents of action. In the branch of knowledge, dealing with the gunas or modes of prakriti, knowledge and action, as well as the doer, have been declared to be of 3 kinds, according to the guna which predominates in each. Hear them too duly from me. That by which man perceives one imperishable divine existence as undivided and equally present in all individual beings, know that knowledge to be sattvic. The knowledge by which man cognizes many existences of various kinds as apart from one another in all beings, know that knowledge to be rajasic. Again, that knowledge which clings to one body as if it were a whole and which is irrational, has no real grasp of truth, and is trivial, has been declared as tamasic. That action which is ordained by the scriptures and is not accompanied by the sense of doership has been done without any attachment or aversion by one who seeks no return, is called sattvic. That action, however, which involves much strain and is performed by one who seeks enjoyments or by a man full of egotism, has been spoken of as rajasic. That action which is undertaken through sheer ignorance, without regard to consequences or loss to oneself, Injury to others and one's own resourcefulness is known as tamasic. Free from attachment, unegoistic, endowed with firmness and zeal, and unswayed by success and failure, such a doer is said to be sattvic.
The doer who is full of attachment seeks the fruit of action and is greedy, and who is oppressive by nature and of impure conduct, and who feels joy and sorrow has been called rajasic. Lacking piety and self-control, uncultured, arrogant, deceitful, inclined to rob others of their livelihood, slothful, despondent, and procrastinating, such a doer is called tamasic. Now here, Arjun, the threefold division based on the predominance of each guna of understanding, the firmness which I shall explain in detail one by one. The intellect which correctly determines the path of activity and renunciation, what ought to be done and what should not be done, what is fear and what is fearlessness, and what is bondage and what is liberation and intellect is sattvic. The intellect by which man does not truly perceive what is dharma and what is adharma, what ought to be done and what should not be done, that intellect is rajasic. The intellect wrapped in ignorance, which imagines an adharma to be dharma and sees all other things upside down, that intellect is tamasic, Arjun. The unwavering perseverance by which man controlled through the yoga of meditation the function of the mind and the vital airs and senses, that firmness, Arjun, is sattvic. The perseverance, however, by which man seeking reward for his action clutches with extreme fondness virtues, earthly possessions, and worldly enjoyments, that perseverance is said to be rajasic, Arjun. The perseverance by which an evil-minded person does not give up sleep, fear, anxiety, sorrow, and vanity as well, that perseverance is tamasic. Now hear from me the threefold joys too, that in which the striver finds enjoyment through practice of adoration, meditation, and service to God, and whereby he seeks the end of sorrow, such a joy, though appearing as poison in the beginning, tastes like nectar in the end. Hence, that joy, born as it is in the placidity of mind, brought about by meditation on God, has been declared as sattvic. The delight which ensues from the contact of the senses of their object is eventually poison-like, though appearing first as nectar. Hence, it has been spoken of a rajasic. That which stupefies the self during its enjoyment, as well as in the end, derived from sleep, indolence, and obstinate error, such delight has been called tamasic.
There is no being.
There is no being on earth or in the middle region or even among the gods or anywhere else who is free from these three gunas born of Prakriti. The duties of Brahmins, the Kshatras, as well as of the Sudras have been assigned according to their innate modes of Prakriti, Arjun. Subjugation of the mind and senses, enduring hardships for the discharge of one's sacred obligations, external and internal purity, forgiving the faults of others, straightness of mind, senses, and behavior, belief in the Vedas and the other scriptures, God and life after death, etc. Study and teaching of the Vedas and other scriptures, and realization of the truth relating to God, all these constitute the natural duties of a Brahma. Heroism, majesty, firmness, diligence, and dauntlessness in battle, bestowing gifts and lordliness, all these constitute the natural duty of a Kshatriya. Agriculture, reaping of cows, and honest exchange of merchandise, these constitute the natural duty of a Vaishya. A member of the trading class and service of the other classes is the natural duty even of a Sudra, a member of the laboring class. Keenly devoted to his own natural duty, man attains the highest perfection in form of God realization. Here the mode of performance whereby the man engaged in his inborn duty reaches that highest consummation. From whom all beings come into being, and by whom the whole universe is pervaded, by worshipping him through the performance of his own natural duties, man attains the highest perfection. Better is one's own duty, though devoid of merit, that performing the duty ordained by his own nature, man does not incur sin. Therefore, Arjun, one should not relinquish one's innate duty, even though it has measure of evil, for all undertakings are beset by some evil, and he whose intellect is unattached everywhere, whose thirst of enjoyment has altogether disappeared, and who has subdued his mind, reaches the Sankhya Yoga, the path of knowledge, the consummation of access, which is the highest consummation of
the path of knowledge
reaches
endowed with a pure intellect and partaking of a light, sattvic and regulated diet, living in a lonely and undefiled place, having rejected sound and other objects of sense, having controlled the mind, speech, and body by restraining the mind and senses, through firmness of a sattvic type, taking a resolute stand on the dispassion, after having completely got rid of attraction and aversion, and remaining ever devoted to the yoga of meditation, having given up egotism, violence, arrogance, lust, anger, and luxuries, void of feeling of meum, and tranquil of heart, such a man becomes qualified for oneness with Brahma, who is truth, consciousness, and bliss. Established in identity with Brahma, who is truth, consciousness, and bliss, solidified, and cheerful in mind, the Sankhya Yogi no longer grieves nor craves for anything. The same to all beings, such as a yogi attains supreme devotion to. Through that supreme devotion, he comes to know me in reality, what and who I am, and thereby he forthwith merges.
The karma yogi, however, who depends on me, attains by my grace the eternal, imperishable state, even though performing all actions. Mentally dedicating all your actions to me, and taking recourse to yoga in the form of even-mindedness,
be solely devoted to me, and constantly fix your mind on me.
With your mind thus devoted to me, you
shall, by my grace, overcome all difficulties. But if from self-conceit you do not care to listen to me, you will be lost. If taking your stand on egotism, you think, I will not fight, vain is this resolve of yours. Nature will drive you to that action too which you are not willing to undertake through ignorance, you will perforce perform, bound by your own duty born of your nature. Arjun, God abides in the hearts of all creatures, causing them to revolve according to their karma by his elusive power, Maya, as though mounted on a machine. Take refuge in him alone with all your being, Arjun. By his mere grace you will attain supreme peace and the eternal abode. Thus has this wisdom, the most profound secret of all secret knowledge, been imparted to you by me, deeply pondering over it. Now do as you like. Hear again my supremely profound words,
the most esoteric of all truths, as you are extremely dear to me. Therefore, I shall give you this salutary advice for your own good. Give me your mind, be devoted to me, worship me, and bow to me. Doing so, you will come to me alone. I truly promise you, for you are exceptionally dear to me. Resigning all your duties to me, the all-powerful and all-supporting Lord, take refuge in me alone. I shall absolve you in all your sins. Worry not. This secret gospel of the Gita should not be imparted to man who lacks in austerity, nor to him who is wanting in devotion, nor even to him who is not willing to hear, and in no case to him who finds fault with me. He who, offering the highest love to me, preaches the most profound gospel of the Gita among my devotees shall come to me alone. There is no doubt about it. Among men there is none who does me a more loving service than he, nor shall anyone be dearer to me than the entire world than he. Whoever studies the sacred dialogue of ours in the form of the Gita, by him too shall I be worshipped with the yajna of knowledge. Such is my conviction. The man who listens to the holy Gita with reverence, being free from malice, he too, liberated from sin, shall reach the propitious word. Have you, O Arjuna, heard this gospel of the Gita ultimately? And has your delusion, born out of ignorance, been destroyed? O Dhanya, conqueror of riches, Arjuna said, Krishna, by your grace, my delusion has been destroyed, and I have gained wisdom. I am free of all doubt. I will do your bidding. Sanjaya said, thus I heard the mysterious and thrilling conversation between Sri Krishna and the high-souled Arjuna, son of Kunti. Having been blessed with the divine vision by the grace of Sri Vyas, I heard in person the supremely esoteric gospel from the Lord of Yoga, Sri Krishna himself, imparting it to Arjuna, remembering over and over that sacred and mystic conversation between Bhagwan Sri Krishna and Arjuna. O King, I am in this again and yet again, remembering also again and again that most wonderful form of Sri Krishna. Great is my wonder, and I experience over and over again. Wherever there is Bhagwan Sri Krishna, the Lord of Yoga, and wherever there is Arjuna, the wielder of the Gandiva bow, goodness, victory, prosperity, and unfailing righteousness shall surely be there. Such is my conviction. Thus, in the Upanishads sung by the Lord, the science of Brahma, the scripture of Yoga, the dialogue between Sri Krishna and Arjuna, ends the 18th chapter entitled The Yoga of Liberation through the Path of Knowledge and Self-Surrender.
प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते
वासुदेवाय
ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते
वासुदेवाय।
प्रेम से बोल श्री गोविंद कृष्ण भगवान की यत्र योगेश्वर कृष्णो यत्र पार्थो धनुर्धरः. In this very last shlok in the Bhagavad Gita, which we've just recited, wherever there is Bhagwan Shri Krishna, the Lord of Yoga, and wherever there is Arjun, the wielder of the Gandiv bow, goodness, victory, glory and unfailing righteousness will surely be there. Such is my conviction. Today, devotees, you are Arjun. Each one of you are Arjun. And he has told Arjun, also in chapter 18, in verse 63, thus has this wisdom, the most profound secret of all secret knowledge, been imparted to you by me. Deeply pondering it, now do as you like. Krishna Bhagavan does not tell us that you have lost the power of choice. He says, I have told you the secret. I have told you what I want. I have told you who is dear to me. I have told you how to be a good person. But now you go and do what you like. But he ends it off by saying, if you want goodness, if you want victory, if you want to be triumphant, if you want success, then there's only one path. But if that's not what you want, then do as you like. Krishna Bhagavan leaves us with this message. We have been able to recite the entirety of the Bhagavad Gita in English. And to all of those who have participated, I want to give you all a round of applause. You have done well. I am proud of you for having taken the step to come forward to even recite it. And having done that, you have also included us by having us sit together to read together with you. So as we do now the final Havan, when I say final Havan, just the Purnahuti Panditji, we will just do Purnahuti with the main shrotas being myself, Mom and Surin. We will just have, right after that, we'll move into final Arti and then closing prayer. So we'll have a short, very short chant while we do the Purnahuti. Very short being the important part. Om Shri Govinda Krishna Bhagavan ki jai.
Jai Krishna Hari, Shri Krishna Hari, Dukhiyon ki dukh dur kari. Jai 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 Krishna Hari, Jai Krishna Hari, Shri Krishna Hari, Dukhiyon ki dukh dur kari. Jai 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 Krishna Hari. Jab चार तरफ अंधियारा हो, आशा का दूर किनारा हो, और कोई न केवन हारा हो, और कोई न केवन हारा हो, फिर तू ही मेरा पार करे. जय 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 कृष्ण हरि, जय कृष्ण हरि, श्री कृष्ण हरि, दुखियों की दुख दूर करे. जय 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 कृष्ण हरि, जय 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 कृष्ण हरि, जय 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 कृष्ण हरि. वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं, देवकी परमानन्दं, कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्. आरती कुंज बिहारी की, श्री गिरिधर कृष्ण मुरारी की. आरती कुंज बिहारी मुरारी की। गले में वैजंती माला, माला, गले में वैजंती माला, माला, बजावे मुरली मधुर बाला, बाला, श्रवण में कुंडल जल काला, जल काला, नंद की नंद श्री आनंद खंद, मोहन ब्रिज चंद, राधिका रमन बिहारी की, श्री गिरिधर कृष्ण मुरारी की। आरती कुंज बिहारी की, श्री गिरिधर कृष्ण मुरारी की। गगन सम अंग कांति काली, काली, राधिका चमक रही आली, आली, लतन में तारी बनमाली, बनमाली, ब्रह्म से अलग कस्तूरी तिलक, चंद्र से झलक, ललित छवि श्यामा प्यारी की, कृष्ण मुरारी की। आरती कुंज बिहारी की, श्री गिरिधर कृष्ण मुरारी की। आरती कुंज बिहारी की, श्री गिरिधर कृष्ण मुरारी की। आरती कुंज बिहारी की, श्री गिरिधर कृष्ण मुरारी की।
हरि ओम। वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं। गीतासहस्रमृदं पुण्यं यापते प्रयतापुमन् विष्णुपदं वनापोति भयशोकादिवेजता. A person who is given to the study of the scripture of the sacred Bhagavad Gita is freed from fear and grief. Such a person attains the abode of Bhagavan Vishnu. A person devoted to the study of Bhagavad Gita and who practices pranayam is liberated from sins and fruits of actions of the past birth. By bathing in water daily, dirt of the body is washed away. But by bathing even once in the holy water of Bhagavad Gita, the whole of mundane dirt is washed away. Bhagavad Gita should be cheerfully sung. Of what avail is the study of the elaborate scriptures, for Bhagavad Gita has emanated from the lotus lips of Lord Hari himself. Bhagavad Gita, being the immortal words of Lord Vishnu, is the nectarine essence of the whole Mahabharata. One who partakes this Ganges-like water of Bhagavad Gita, for him there is no rebirth. All Upanishads are cows. Bhagwan Krishna is the milker. Partha, Arjuna is the calf. The wise are the partakers of the milk of divine, the nectar of Bhagavad Gita. There is only one scripture, which is sung by the son of Devaki. There is only one God, and that is the son of Devaki. There is only one mantra, and that is the name of Bhagwan. There is only one karma, and that is the service of that Bhagwan. Hari Om. Tvameva Mata Cha Pita Tvameva Tvameva Bandhu उच्चसिका त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव ओमस्तु मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्युर्मा अमृतं गमय ओम द्यौ शांति अंतरिक्ष ओम शांति पृथ्वी शांति आपा शांति औषधय शांति वनस्पतिर शांति विश्वदेव शांति ब्रह्मा शांति सर्वं शांति शांतिरेवा शांति सामा शांतिरेधि सुशांतिर्भवतु मंगलम भगवान विष्णु मंगलम गरुडध्वज मंगलम पुंडरीकाक्ष मंगलाय तनोहरि ओम शांति 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 हरि ओम। प्रेम से बोले श्री गणेश भगवान की जय, उमापति महादेव की जय, वृंदावन बिहारी लाल की जय, आज शक्ति जगदम्बा देवी मैया की जय, श्री पवनपुत्र हनुमान की जय, श्री भगवद गीता की जय, श्री सत्य सनातन धर्म की जय। सबको जय जय सीताराम, सबको सीताराम। For those of you who have not yet had bhojan,